Okay, I would like to call the meeting of May 1st, 2024 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Director Applegate.
Here.
Director Kenworthy.
Here.
Director Parker.
Here.
Director Reed.
Here.
Dr. Varda.
I would like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today, and we are also live streaming our meeting. Please stand and join me this afternoon in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I motion to approve today's agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of May 1st, 2024 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada.
Director Applegate.
Yes.
Director Kenworthy.
Yes.
Director Parker.
Yes.
Director Reed.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
The agenda is approved. And before we hear from our first presentation, I'd like to say that we will be taking a 15-minute break around 5:15 after 2.03 monitoring report 2.2 and before 2.04 legislative update. And with that, we'll get on to our first presentation. The purpose of this first topic is for the board to receive a presentation and have the opportunity to discuss the federally funded ESSER 3 grant as administered by the Colorado Department of Education. Board members will hear about changes to the original programming plans that have been adopted since their last board update in October 2023. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, ESSER 3 is in the final round of funding available to Jeffco as part of the American Rescue Plan. Approximately $68.2 million was supplied to the district to support a wide array of district programs over a 3-year cycle that began school year 2021-22 and is scheduled to conclude at the end of the 2023-24 school year. Before I hand this off to Ms. Copeland and Dr. Kim, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just want to express that the district is extremely grateful that we've had the support of this round of ESSER funding as well as the previous 2 rounds. 2? Yes, good for me. 3 rounds. We're going to go through this in a minute. But it has been, if we just think back to the purpose of these funds, it was to support school districts through the pandemic. And I'm proud of the fact that I believe we've put these funds to good use. We're going to share a little bit more about the outcomes from some of the initiatives that we implemented, in particular with ESSER 3, and what was really good about some of those things and where we didn't find results as well. And so looking forward to you hearing about this and happy to be able to do a summary for you tonight as we sunset these additional supports that have come our way over the last 5 years or so, 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, President Parker and board members. As you can see, my colleagues, Brenna Copeland and Andy Flynn are here with me today. Thank you both for partnering in this work. I'll talk a little bit about the programming within ESSER, and then huge gratitude to Andy, who is the person who has done the managing of making sure that we keep track of how we use these funds. And with as many schools as we have and as many departments as we have had participate in this, it is absolutely no small feat. So thank you, Andy, for the work that you've done. He has kept us all sort of organized, and that's not an easy thing to do. So as we go through this today, I'll let them sort of introduce themselves as well, and they will talk about the financial aspect of it. But I'll start with the programming, if that works for you all. So to get us started, we'll talk a little bit about ESSER continuing and sunsetting programming. As Superintendent Dorland said, there are some things that we found had great results and, in fact, have great value in our system, and our schools have told us they need to continue those things because they're seeing student success with them. And there are some areas that either A, they either didn't work, or we found that it wasn't something that met a need, or it simply isn't sustainable to continue. So we'll talk a little bit about those things as well. And then programmatic impacts, I'm excited to share with you the data on Map Accelerator and on Lexia and what we're seeing in terms of student success there. And then these guys will talk a great deal about how we've tracked all of this through time and where we are in the process from a fiscal standpoint. So as Superintendent Dorland said, ESSER 3 was approximately $68 million. And as CFO Copeland has shared with you all before, that she'll bring you a budget that has some items within it that we will look at investing in or continuing to invest in going into next year's budgeting process. Within ESSER, the continues that we see great promise in are things like the community survey and our website. Obviously, we've done some of that work in the redesign and in getting feedback, soliciting feedback from our community. When we look at our curricular resources, as you all know, we invested in illustrative math. We invested in HMH into reading. We are investing in continuing to grow the curricular resources at the secondary level in English language arts, specifically middle school in conjunction with our middle school accelerator project. So those curricular resources helped us jumpstart that and get that going. We invested in personnel and programming for our JESPA employees around professional learning. They told us that they needed training specifically in areas in meeting the needs of our learners, especially in the midst of the pandemic and then post-pandemic. And so we've provided that, and we will continue to provide that. We've been able to carry over that position and continue to invest in the personnel necessary to provide them those training opportunities. Middle school campus security, we increased the number of campus supervisors during the time of ESSER 3, and we will continue to provide that support. It is certainly a needed resource within our middle school environments, and our schools have told us what a great difference those have made. When we look at the social emotional learning screener that Matt Palero's team has used, we certainly have seen great value in the use of that and will continue to do so. As I believe you all know, we increased the daily rate for our substitutes, especially in light of the number of absences that we had, the number of vacancies to fill, and frankly, the competitive environment when we looked at the metro area, making sure that we were being competitive with our neighboring districts so that we could continue to attract quality substitutes into our classrooms. We invested in Tech for Ed. Ensuring that our students had the technology necessary to access not only curriculum, but platforms that helped expand their learning. And then finally, the Hazel Health telehealth. As you all know, Matt Palero has presented to you a number of times on the work of his team in the implementation of Hazel Health and then the school's rollout. And we have definitely seen a use in that platform. And so we intend to continue that and continue to provide that resource to families. Sunsetting ESSER investments. I'll point out that while we have invested heavily in high dosage tutoring, what we learned from that is that there are tools out there that have served us incredibly well. Lexia has created some amazing results, and I'll show you those in a moment. And Map Accelerator has definitely had a huge impact in not only achievement, but certainly in growth as well. But what we have found is, as you know, if you've read a number of the resources and publications throughout the last couple of years, high dosage tutoring is just what it says, high dosage and high intensity with people. And what we've learned is that while it has had an impact, so have the high quality resources that we use within our high dosage tutoring. So we realized we could continue to use the resources and not necessarily have to be such a heavy manpower reliance in the tutoring space. So we're going to continue to use the tools, but we're not going to continue to fund the number of people that were invested in high dosage tutoring. Direct one-time school allocations. You might remember in the first year of ESSER 3, we created direct allocations to each school. And then in the second year, a little bit less than that, and that continued to reduce down. And we did that so that we didn't end up with a huge funding cliff. And we also did that in alignment with our SBB redesign. And so recognizing that our schools use those resources for a number of things that they found useful, but it's certainly something that we continue to reduce over the 3-year period of time so that they could invest early on, but later on down the line, we were really trying to look at a systemic use of the resources. AMPed expansion, for those folks who aren't familiar with that program, AMPed on Algebra and Construction and Geometry were programs that we invested in at the high school level that really gave students hands-on practical experiences in using both algebra and geometry in things like construction. And so we were able to expand those programs, invest in the resources and materials that they needed to do things like construction of tiny homes so that they could begin to build the cycle. And so in investing in that, it allows the school to build something, get it ready, auction it or sell it, and then turn around and put those resources back into the program and continue it. And so AMPed will continue, so will construction and geometry, but our schools are utilizing their staffing and their resources in their school to continue the program. We just were able to expand into more schools than we had been able to prior to ESSER 3. In terms of subsidized summer school, we were certainly able to expand the number of sites that we offered summer programming. Initially it was JCEL, now it's Jeffco Reads, and we had over 20 sites initially in that first year. We've been able to consolidate some of those by working with transportation and certainly looking. It was really challenging to find the number of staff members that we needed to teach in summer programming. And so our team has gotten together and figured out exactly how can we serve the most number of students with the number of people we have with the resources that we have. And so we will continue to offer summer programming, but honestly, we're looking at all of the different creative ways we can approach summer programming going forward, knowing the tools that are out there and available and the tools that have evolved over the last couple of years as different school districts and companies have invested in high dosage tutoring and in literacy and math specifically, given the nature of learning loss during that time. And then you all are aware of the subsidization of preschool when the state moved to a preschool for all model, and then the funding sources sort of were being figured out over time, and we ended up with families that thought that they were going to be fully funded and then weren't. Obviously, we've had a reasonable on-ramp to work with those families and let them know what their programming is and what they're eligible for so that they can plan for it going into the 24-25 school year. When we look at one-time pieces, you all know, I've shown you a number of times our data dashboards. I think to date we have 22 different dashboards serving a number of different groups within our district that have worked with the IT team to invest in what exactly they need to be able to monitor and look at over time. And we continue to build those out as stakeholder groups tell us what they need within that space of data dashboards. Art, music, and PE, as you know, we worked with our art, music, and PE specialists at the district level. They collaborated with art, music, and PE teachers throughout the district to identify an inventory of what every school should have, and we made sure that we invested in that with ESSER funds. As you know, we also invested in teacher math professional development as it aligns with illustrative math, and we rolled that out and provided that in real time so that teachers could utilize the resources with supports to make sure that their learning came alongside the use of the resources in serving our students. And then finally, obviously, it takes a number of people to oversee and manage both the grants and purchasing of all of the things that we purchased during that time period. And then finally, I'll say in grant evaluation, Dr. Carol Eaton's team and Dr. Heather McGillivary have worked with not only our staff, but staff at CU Boulder to try to quantify and try to measure the impact of a number of our strategic investments. And so that grant evaluation was a part of that process as well. So I'm just going to hit on a couple of highlights when I talk about MAP Accelerator. I think I came to you all a few months ago and explained, I think with 1.1, that the recommended use of MAP Accelerator is 30 minutes a week. That's the total learning minutes needed each week to see the projected growth that NWEA has seen nationwide in their trends. So at this point in time, our student use continues to increase as our schools are seeing the impact of MAP Accelerator. And we have over 1,200 students now who have logged in with recommended usage. It was right around 400 the last time I spoke with you all. And the majority of students are still using it between 1 to 15 minutes a week. The highest number of students and highest average total minutes of use continues to be in grades 4 and 5. And we have 35 schools where 95% or more of the MAP Accelerated rostered students have logged in, and 100% of students in 5 schools are logging in use. When we look at our lowest use, it's in grade 2 and 11 and 12, and we do have 3 schools that have not logged in and used the program at this point. When we look at Lexia, I'll show you some data, and actually I put this into your slide, but I would like to move to the graphics because I think they speak a little more clearly to what we're seeing. So if you look at this first graph, when we look at Lexia Core 5 data, we have 15,823 students that are actively engaged in Lexia. And if you'll look, when they started the program, we had 67% of the students that were performing 1 grade level below in literacy. 32% were performing actually on grade level. Currently, and this is April data, we currently have 42% of our kids now performing on grade level. 25% have reached their end of year benchmark, and we've reduced the number of students who are below grade level down to 33%. When we look at our students who are not meeting full usage, but they are using the program, you can see that we went from 40% of our kids 2 grade levels or below to 24%, 40% of our kids 1 grade level below to 32%, and from 20% of our kids on grade level to 44%. But when you look at our students who are actually meeting the number of minutes usage, you can see the very distinct difference in going from the 45% of students who were on grade level and the 35% who were 1 grade level below to 42% on grade level and 44% who've already met their end of year benchmark. To take that one step further, we use Lexia Power Up, which is when you look at Power Up is for students in grades above 3rd grade. And those are for students who are targeting specific skills within English language arts. Power Up is focused at word study, grammar, and comprehension. Now, the recommended usage for students at this level are 30 minutes a week in each of those areas. So we don't see quite as many kids meeting all of the required minutes or all the recommended minutes because it is at that much. Lexia Core 5 is 30 minutes period. This is 30 minutes in each of those areas because these students tend to be 2 grade levels or more below, is what we're looking at. But you can see of our students where they started in word study to where they are currently, and then in grammar and in comprehension, we're seeing a significant number of students who are moving into the light blue and the dark blue, which means they're meeting benchmark and or they're performing at grade level. And then finally, for the students who are actually meeting usage in all 3 of those areas, we have 142 students. And you can see from the beginning to currently how much growth those students have seen. Pretty phenomenal, right? It is amazing. Right? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, and so we have 2,500 students that are using it, just not quite at the hour and a half a week, and they're seeing huge growth. But the growth that we're seeing out of the 142 students, and these are students who are at least 2 grade levels below and are grade 5 on up. And so we're using this pretty extensively at schools like Alameda and Jefferson. And so where we're seeing kids really need to increase their reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills, we're seeing that dial move pretty significantly. And then we have built a dashboard, and thank you to Jill Ibeck's team for working with us to build a monitoring intervention dashboard. So you can see some screenshots of that where you see the number of schools using the platform, Lexia Core 5. You can see the number of classes and the number of students. And then you can see the goal is students at or above grade level. And you can see the percentages and how, where we met goals. And then 37 goals have been met to date. The goal at the beginning of the year is 66, so we're still moving that direction, but so far we've met 37 of them. And then as we look at that, we've had 44 goals attempted. 37 of them have been met overall. And so we're trying to get to 66 goals in all the different literacy components to be met by the end of the year. And you can see that data. But so far, we've had 8 months of school year. And right now, the average amount of growth across the system is 8.4. But the remarkable piece of that is our students didn't start Lexia until about November. So while we've had 8 months of school year, they haven't been in Lexia for 8 full months. So we definitely are seeing some significant gains for the amount of time that kids have been using the program. Finally, I'll say some other strategic investments that you've seen in ESSER over time. Obviously, the data culture and building the dashboards, summer school programming, math curriculum, professional development, OG training, professional learning, telehealth. We're going to continue looking at a great many of these things in one way, shape, or form or another because they've impacted our system in positive ways and, more importantly, our student learning and our student growth. And so I'll hand it over to Andy and Brenna to talk a little bit about the numbers aspect of this.
Great, thank you. I will say at first I was a little skeptical when Dr. Kim assigned me 30 minutes in Lexia every week, but now I understand that it will help me understand the accounting and financial reporting standards, so thank you. Oh, I do need both, actually. We're going to go through a couple numbers and then let you ask questions. This is an overview by year. 22, 23, 24, those being the fiscal years of spending. And what you're seeing is a couple of things. We've broken it out by schools, departments, charters, and indirect costs. You're seeing that there's a little bit of a crescendo happening over time. And we did, as Dr. Kim alluded to, we did our best so that in places where that crescendo was happening, we tried to solve for or mitigate questions or concerns around a cliff. We also were very intentional about when one-time purchases happened, right? So a lot of that actually ended up happening in 24. So even though it does look potentially concerning, and we'll entertain whatever questions, I feel very good about our transition plan and the amount of money that we'll continue to spend next year as part of the proposed budget on the successful programs that we ran. This is the same information as well as a budget column, this time broken out at another layer of details so that you can start to see a little bit more about where things were spent. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this slide, but I do want to note this helps illustrate how much funding went towards different types of things truly happening in schools, which was a priority of the community when they originally gave us feedback on developing this budget a long, long time ago. And so we're pleased to see that. And again, breaking out charters at the bottom, just so we don't lose track of the entire grant. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flynn to share a little bit more context.
Thank you. Yeah, so zooming out to look at Jeffco compared to some other districts around the state, we prepared this slide, and CDE provided this data in March, showing statewide how schools are on pace with spending down the funds. Statewide, it's about 29% remaining. And you can see Jeffco's at about 33% as of that time. So that was kind of reassuring to me that we're not alone in still having a significant amount of funds to spend down, but I think it speaks to the earlier slide about the pace of spending for ESSER 2 in previous fiscal years. So taking this to the next slide, this is just a timeline of the 4 major COVID relief funds. The first being Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was a large amount of money with a short window. Then ESSER 1, 2, and 3, which were increasing in size. And you can kind of see where the gap is with the overlap, and that's a big part of the reason why we've spent a lot of those funds in this last fiscal year. Okay. So as a reminder, the closeout is September 30th of this year for ESSER 3. As a district, we chose 6/30 to cut off the spending, and that remaining amount will be spent on previously approved items within ESSER, but they won't impact the general fund budget. So we'll kind of do that behind the scenes to spend those funds down.
And just to provide a tiny bit of color commentary there. So as part of the budget process, we wanted to make sure we had a clear cutoff date, right? So we wanted to know, what are we committing to for next year versus not? And so even if we kind of knew we might use the grant towards a continued activity, we still had the department ask to continue the activity. And that made it possible to carefully evaluate exactly how much money we're going to spend next year in general, and then simply apply the remaining ESSER funds towards those eligible activities that are part of the plan. So we will spend down every dollar. We feel very confident about that. And we have a very clear plan that all the departments were able to provide their requests, and we could evaluate each request and know that we weren't double counting or undercounting any budgeted items. That's why we did it this way. And with that, questions?
Board members, questions? Dr. Vard?
Thank you. Dr. Kim, I was wondering on the Lexia results, when you were talking about growth, and is that the Lexia measure of where they are? And then also I'm wondering, how does that correlate or correspond to like their grades or their actual growth in school? How do we know that Lexia's outcome measures are a valid measure for us really celebrating?
I appreciate that. I'll ask Renee to jump in and help me, but one of the things I will tell you is that our research and development team, Dr. Eaton's team, they've been in the process for about the last year in building predictive analytics for us built into a dashboard. And so the ability for us to look at Lexia, Map Accelerator, MAP, and CMAS and determine where the correlations exist and whether or not they do have predictive capability so that we could be confident. But I'll ask Renee to talk a little bit about their scales, because it's been her team that has really done the heavy lift to ensure that it's being used in schools and we know how to use it effectively.
Just to clarify, is the specific question how we are ensuring the impact because of the investment of the Lexia tool at the building level?
I was actually wondering about the measure, because we talked about them moving up levels, and I think we use the term growth, but what I'm wondering is that just like, so in Lexia there's levels and they're moving up the Lexia levels, but how do we know that that means that they're also progressing in their academic, progression that we measure in all the other ways?
Yeah, it's the accumulation of skills at each level that equals being at grade level, working on skills that are at grade level, below grade level. And as those skills accumulate over time, that's how they kind of level that. So we are looking at, are they working on grade level content or not? Lexia.
What I would say is the Lexia measure takes our standards and takes the skills that kids are working on Lexia and makes sure that the skills that kids are working on Lexia match up with our standards so that we can say after so many standards are met, then they're at grade level. And so there is a crosswalk for us to be able to determine, are they getting all the skills that they need on grade level based on our standards?
Yeah.
Does that mean that those measures are the same that kids all over the country are using, or are they specific for Jeffco?
Foundational skills are aligned across the board. They're all connected to the Common Core, which is that national standard. So the foundational skills are very, very similar. They don't really differ from area or state to state.
Yeah, the national standards that we all use, we may deviate a very small piece of that in each state, but for the most part, we've all adopted the core standards.
Foundational skills are very much based in that systematic approach to teaching specific skills along a continuum So they articulate across any kind of content or area or grade level the same way they would. They're the same things. Learning letters, sounds is the same anywhere. Initial letter sounds, moving to being able to segment words, by syllabification and different skills like that. That all occurs along the same continuum for any child.
Too early to know if there is a predictive connection between Lexia outcomes and these other things
Yeah.
mentioned?
I would say yes, and I would say in your next 1.1, you'll see some of that.
We're very helpful. And what we're seeing right now is things like they're making 9 months growth in a much smaller amount of time. So we're also looking at time, growth over time, compared to what they would have done without that intervention.
Okay, just a few questions. You talked about summer school and that we're, sort of dialing back on locations and that kind of thing. And then you said that we were looking at using some of the other things that we've developed. And I'm wondering, are we looking at like virtual summer school or online options?
Actually, like at the secondary level, our schools are looking at a 37th week rather than doing a full extensive couple of weeks of summer school. So when I say that, it isn't necessarily there's this program over here that what we're talking about is the way that we're approaching it. So a number of our comprehensive high schools want to take a 37th week approach versus a 4-week-long summer program, looking at our data and how our students are doing. And then at the elementary level, certainly Renee's literacy team has really looked at what are the most promising practices as we've tracked kids and looked at, their kindergarten growth and their first grade growth and looking at meeting benchmarks as we go through and use dibbles and watch and monitor how they're learning. We've looked at focusing that within that summer program, and they've continued to refine that, but we're also looking at it from a standpoint of we know that summer programming has been typically labor intensive and very small group. And one of the things we're looking at is how can we use what we're seeing in data like Lexia and meet students' needs while recognizing that it gets harder and harder every year to get people to commit their summer program, summertime to do programming. And so the question is, how can we use what we know is working and still work within the confines that we have with the number of staff that we're able to hire into the program? So we're trying to figure out ways to find efficiencies and create great outcomes for kids. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about we're looking for different ways to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm curious, can you give us some examples of groups that have their own dashboard at this point?
We have our discipline team has data that they're really looking at across all grade levels, across all schools, across times of the day, and really looking at at dashboarding. We've got our student engagement team that's looking at how do we re-engage students and what's working and what's not. We've got we just finished our data camp with our community superintendents, where we've created the newest iteration of our what we call our PMD, or progress monitoring dashboard, where we've taken all the different data sources that different stakeholder groups have told us it would be really nice if all of this was in one place. So I think we're now up to, say, 12 data sources that can all talk to each other in one place. Certainly, Renee's team's got the dashboard as we look at Lexia and Map Accelerator, and they're monitoring that. So there's Matt's team's been talking with them about how do we look at things like MTSS. Sorry, I had a jumble of letters in my head for a minute there. MTSS, and are the different ways that we're intervening for students working, and how do we monitor that as well within a dashboarding system. So that is the latest and greatest thing that people want to be able to see in real time, the different data, and look across student groups, grade levels, schools, so that we can find trends and figure out what's most promising and what's working, so that we can have conversations around how do we replicate that and how do other people benefit from the wins that people are getting in terms of student achievement and student growth.
Okay, great. And then in the professional development area, do we do specific professional development for our new teachers as they come in for into reading and illustrative math? That's
I'm going to let you
separate?
talk about that. Yes, we do, and I'll let Renee talk about that.
The onboarding and the induction program that we do does go through all of our resources. It goes through the practices that we're working for with our instructional excellence initiative as well. Lesson internalization, those things, they do get exposure to all of those that first week when they come in. So there's a whole plan for that. I work with that team to plan that to make sure there's alignment and what our new teachers are getting.
So about how much training all of our teachers needed on those to begin with. Is there follow-up after onboarding to make sure that they are implementing it in the way that is most effective?
Yes, they get that because you can't go into everything you need to go into initially and during that first week. So we do have our coaches that are trained to support the resource, and we have mentors that are assigned to all of our new teachers. They're induction mentors that work with them side by side throughout the school year. We've had some really positive feedback from our first year teachers this year about the support they've received from their induction mentors. And then they also participate in monthly learning as part of their induction and communities of practice with other teachers around the district, around problem solving, problems of practice, and networking and learning in that way as well. So yeah, I think that we've built out a pretty nice, robust program. We had a mentor grant for a couple of years in professional learning that they were able to establish some really good opportunities for our new teachers through that, and we were able to sustain that moving forward.
I just have one clarifying question because I'm looking at the sunsetting of ESSER investments. You mentioned sustainability is one of the things. So I was looking through these, though, what's listed on the slide. It doesn't look like anything in here is particularly was impacted directly by sustainability. Or am I wrong? Like the ones that we're sunsetting that are on this slide, we are either finding ways to include them moving forward. There's not anything that's ending because it wasn't sustainable. I think that's my question.
No, the majority of what we've done, I would tell you when we look through the lens of what are we not doing that we were doing during ESSER, I would say, we allocated some resources to offer educators an opportunity to gain new credentials, new teaching areas, and we didn't have a huge amount of folks. We thought, okay, we allocated quite a bit there, and we didn't need all of that. And so that was where I think Brenna talked about earlier that we looked to, or I think it was you, Tracy, that talked about how did we change over time when we saw folks either using or not using. Then we looked at what is the data telling us we need, and we would shift some of those resources. But overall, the things that were working, I think we found ways to continue to sustain them in a maybe a little different way, but they're still going to be supports that we're going to provide to students and to staff.
Great. My other question is just on this list, subsidized preschool. That programming is continuing because there was a major change in Colorado during the time that ESSER funds were available. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
We might want to, I just want to clarify that really quick. Last year, when UPK started, the enrollment was higher than the state expected. And so they made an adjustment to the qualifying factors for quote unquote for free full-time, which meant that students needed to not only qualify by qualifying for free and reduced lunch with socioeconomic factor, but also had to have a second qualifying factor such as being in the foster system. And so at that point in time, we already had families who had the one qualifying factor that had enrolled and were expecting full-time services without having to contribute any funding and tuition. I'm looking at Renee and she's shaking her head. Yes, I'm on the right track here. And so we did fund out of ESSER, I believe, close to $1 million, more than 1.7 million, to support the families that had already enrolled, were expecting to not have to pay. And we will not be supplementing our UPK budget with those funds again this year. And Renee maybe, or somebody else can explain, we've communicated that families know what is available to them, what type of contribution they may need to make. And Renee, do you have any context of how that's impacted our enrollment so far this year?
So far, we haven't seen any negative impacts as far as people not enrolling. So I think that's probably a good sign. But we have been really proactive in the communication around that with our families, letting them know right away what tuition costs would be. So I would say multiple communications have gone out. We have central text available to answer questions when families call to ask about this. So I just think our team has done a really nice job of front loading the change this year so that no one's surprised. And everyone's really well informed about the rates moving forward.
Can I add to that, actually, as someone who lived through that slightly and is still living through it? The system is also much better this year, and the UPK serves 4-year-olds, which is important to note because our preschools welcome 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds into the program as well as 5-year-olds. And so this year it was different where you could actually say, hey, last year the matching was challenging also. Not only the funding, and this year it's been much improved where I could say this is where my daughter wants to go. It's a Jeffco school. We had already been enrolled, and then the funding came through the state. So. And I'm going to keep going. One of my questions was actually on Hazel Health. How many students maybe actually utilize that? Maybe that's a Matt question.
I'm going to ask Matt to jump in because he just gave me that data, I think, yesterday, as a matter of fact, so I know he knows it.
Yeah, so one thing I really appreciate about Hazel Health's partnership is that they send us an impact report every month. So I just got April's report, and so far to date, we've had 3,652 students complete a visit with Hazel Health with an overall 78% completion rate, which means that students have gone through the treatment and have been discharged and have come out. They have what they call a heart protocol leveling system. So it's kind of like profound to mild symptoms, and students work through those levels, and that's how they determine whether or not a student is ready to be discharged or referred to maybe a more intensive long-term level of care, because they're intended to be a short-term service to students. So yes, we've had 3,652 students so far this year complete a visit. Does that answer your question?
It does. Would it be possible for us to see one of those impact reports just to kind of get
Absolutely.
a feel for it?
Yeah.
And then how is that information going back to our school psychologists and SELs and professionals who are in our buildings with the kids?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that we share the report outright with all of our professionals, but our mental health professionals come together regularly and we share data around the impact that our services across different types of partnerships are having. So we have, JCMH in our schools too, and so we share all kinds of data related to those partnerships, in addition to the services that are just available through our school providers.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt.
You bet.
I know from experience in grants with the federal government that there's often reports that are due at the end of money because they like to know how we spent their funding and taxpayer dollars, which is not a bad thing. Do we have any reporting due to the state on what we did with our ESSER funds?
In short, yes. And so the deadline to encumber is September, but then there's the filing of the reimbursement requests, and then there's confirmation of what were the activities pursued. They aren't super heavy, correct me if I'm wrong, into and what did you accomplish? It's more about describe the activities, confirm that these are eligible activities, submit the reimbursements, get all the coding right, et cetera, et cetera.
So there's very low risk that the state would come back and be like, you spent money in a spot you weren't supposed to.
Yeah, I think it's relatively low.
I would also say Andy's done an amazing job checking in with folks at CDE to ensure as we are looking at planning, is this an allowable expense? We looked it up. We did our own research. We just want to verify with you. So he's been really good about talking back and forth with those folks along the way.
Thank you for that. That is very helpful. And then my last one, I just wanted to follow up on what Dr. Varda brought up because I was also curious. When I look at, I'm on slide 7, but when I look at the Lexia core data and we talk about benchmark students in grade below, 2 grades below, that is based on our grade level assessments, correct? That's based on, I guess, how are we determining where they are and then the growth from there?
It is a rating that Lexia's system uses, but again, uses it based on Common Core standards at the different grade levels, looking at where students are performing. And I mean, we're able to look at our students' DIBELS and our students' MAP data to look at how that correlates, and that's part of what goes into our predictive analytics systems.
All right, thank you.
And I just have 3 questions. Can you give me an example of the kind of JESPA training that we offered and that we're continuing?
Definitely. One of the things we talked about in the beginning that folks have given us feedback on is some of the behavior data that we were seeing at schools across our system. And folks told us, we need de-escalation training. We need training on, how to work with students in some of our center-based programs. And so our professional learning team and specifically Matt's team leaned into a great deal of that. There's been training that we offered on tutoring that a lot of our classified staff personnel are part of that tutoring staff and providing students that one-on-one support or that one-on-two support. And so training folks in how to use those best practices and use the programs that we're using, that's training that folks have gotten. And so we continue to ask the question as far as what our staff needs in order to meet the needs of our students and meet the needs of their schools. And we that continues to evolve, but those are 2 pretty big trainings that people asked us for during this past year.
Can I add one?
Absolutely.
So last year, an outcome of negotiations is we also committed to providing a new employee orientation, which is widespread across all employee groups, but it was because of JESPA that we were able to make that happen. So it's a JESPA-specific, initiative.
We've also had secretary training for all of our secretaries last summer, which was really well received. We have one of our directors in professional learning, Tanya Lopez, who is specifically focused on learning for JESPA employees, and she meets with a committee of folks to coordinate and plan for the professional learning they're looking for. So she does have that relationship and gets feedback from that team about what's needed. And then she also meets with different directors, managers, and others in departments like facilities or transportation to support them in planning for their learning. Sometimes it's so specific to that role. It's not something that our educators can actually deliver, but they can sit with the managers to plan the training for the team and help them with kind of adult learning practices to make sure it's facilitated in a way that adults respond. So that's how she kind of provides that indirect support too. Jessica.
Thank you. My second question is about the usage of Lexia and MAP Accelerator. On slide 5, we talk about there are 3 schools that have 0% use. With such good results that we see, how can we encourage more schools to use it?
That's definitely been an ongoing conversation over the last 2 months, is being able to show our schools, here's the data. Here are the schools that have committed to it and what they're seeing in terms of gains. I would tell you that number was far greater 4 months ago, and it's getting smaller and smaller as we see more and more of our trend data in the use of Lexia and the use of MAP Accelerator. And that's been a conversation. I know that Dave's team has talked about, our community superintendents going out and talking about that data and looking at it and looking at individual schools' data and saying, okay, let's look at where you could really use this and you need this. Let's talk about how to make that happen. So those conversations are happening, and I don't think we're having to necessarily twist anybody's arm when you see the data. Most folks are like, okay, yeah, we definitely need this. There's very few folks who are like, nah, I don't need it. I mean, it just, that's not happening.
There's also a few schools that have things like iReady, which is a different online type of intervention that they've been using and prefer to use. And that's fine. We've allowed that as well. And then some would prefer to have their either a high dosage tutor or their literacy interventionist provide the intervention rather than use Lexia. And so some have done that instead of. Those are a couple of the reasons why.
Okay, thank you. And my last question has to do with slide 16. And this is the one that compares Jeffco to other metro districts. And some of the things that really struck me was the disparity in the allocation. If we got 68 million and then Denver got 209 million, and then you go down to Douglas County got 11 million, how was it determined? It wasn't just by student count, obviously.
It was largely tied to FRL.
Okay.
A little bit like another conversation we're going to have later on today.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. This was really helpful. And moving on, our next topic tonight is monitoring reports 3.1 and 3.3, and the purpose is for the board to receive and discuss updates. Board report or Board N 3.1 is every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. And Board N 3.3, students and families will have access to resources and community partners that support their health, safety, and stability. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, Board N 3.1 and 3.3 monitoring reports were presented to Jeffco's Board of Education in October 2023. And as we adjust to a new annual schedule, this report is presented in the spring. Staff are providing updates on the following topics: addressing students' diverse learning needs in Jeffco, Healthy Kids Colorado survey results, substance use prevention and intervention services, Jeffco student survey results, student discipline, and compliance statements. Due to the interconnectedness between the services that Jeffco provides to students to meet their needs and the importance of the partnerships that harness the energy and resources within the community, we are monitoring these two ends policies together. And before I hand this off to Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just want to highlight, thank you, President Parker. I'd like to highlight that this is now the second time the board has seen this monitoring report. Last year was the first time. We've combined these two because there's so much overlap in the reporting mechanisms to measure these two ends for the board, and appreciate the format and the feedback that the board gave us and used last year. It was, I think, easier to start with a previous report to put this year's together than it was to start from a blank page, which these guys did last year. And I just want to highlight the importance of this report, especially around the student voice piece. And I am looking forward to Ms. Pena and Mr. Polero, in particular, talking about our focused acceleration areas where we have work to do, especially based on the feedback that our students gave us through some of our survey work. We've spent a lot of time as a cabinet team looking at this data, talking about it, and we're not done. We're going to be sharing about some of this with our executive leadership, principals, and all district leaders next week. And so I'm just really excited for you guys to have this update. I know the report is robust, and so I hope you enjoyed that bit of reading. And thank you to Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena for putting this together for us and including the presentation.
Yeah, you bet. All right. Good afternoon, President Parker, Superintendent Dorland, distinguished members of our board. For those who might be listening in on the live stream, I'm Matt Polero, your Chief Student Success Officer, and facilitating with me today is
Tara Pena, Chief of Family Community Partnerships.
Okay. And as you all have heard, this is just a brief update on the progress of Board Ends 3.1 and 3.3. So as some of you will recall, Tara and I last presented the initial comprehensive report in October of this school year. And since then, we've obtained some additional data that we thought was pertinent to this report. Therefore, we wanted to give you an update. And so we'll just be touching base on those new data points, as well as updating you on any progress we've made toward the identified areas of places we're on track and focused acceleration. All right, and so we're going to begin by recapping your board end statements for everyone, how we've interpreted them for this report, provide you with an overview of the updated sections that we'll be discussing today, and then we'll close things out with an update on our progress. So let's dive in.
All right. Thank you, Matt. So Board Ends 3.1 states, every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. And Board Ends 3.3 states, students and families will have access to resources and community partners that support their health, safety, and stability.
We interpret these ends to mean Jeffco will provide 1, direct services and resources in schools, and 2, connections to services and resources available to Jeffco students and families through community partners that address students' diverse learning needs, support their physical well-being, support their mental well-being, increase their safety, and increase their stability.
And sorry about that, Tara.
No worries. All of this to be measured by. For today's update, we're focusing primarily on these 3 data sources: internal and external resources and community partnerships to enhance the health, safety, and stability of Jeffco students and families, the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, and our student engagement survey.
And all of that for the purpose of addressing the educational needs of our students in various contexts, including their physical and mental well-being, safety, and stability. As you all know, within Jeffco Thrives, we've outlined some specific actions we're taking to make sure our students and school community have what they need to thrive. And so for that, this means we're taking action to bolster school culture, foster holistic health and well-being for our students, facilitate connections to resources and community partners, and enhance our systems of support to assist students and families facing risk factors. And so we're going to transition into the new data we have available to share with you today. And we thought we'd start by just sharing a few highlights at a high-level celebration.
So for the annual district student survey, we saw favorability in the 3 following topics: school safety, which was an area of favorability for both our elementary and our secondary students. We'll unpack that here a little bit later. For our elementary students, teacher-student relationships, and for our secondary students, school climate.
And as you may or may not know, the Healthy Kids Colorado survey is administered every 2 years. This year is a new year where we have new results. And so while our team has not yet had the opportunity to dive deep into this data yet to analyze it thoroughly, we do have some early celebrations in that our students report the lowest levels of depression and vaping since 2019.
Also excited to report in this update is that student discipline incidences have declined from the prior year. And so we'll unpack that a little bit later this evening as well.
Right. So looking more closely at our Healthy Kids Colorado survey, and just again, there's so much data available. We're still in the process of analyzing it and interpreting, and we'll be continuously updating this report to reflect those results. But some data that we thought might be pertinent and helpful to you learn about is starting with sleeping habits. So the metric on the left, from my left, represents the percentage of students reporting getting at least 8 hours of sleep on most school nights, which has increased since the previous year. And given the critical role of sleep on cognitive functioning and just overall health, higher percentages are favorable. However, with these improvements, there's still room to enhance sleep hygiene across our students. And I think the American Academy of Pediatrics and School Medicine recommends between 8 and 10 hours for students who are 14 to 17 years old. So I think that's important to note. And one reason why we put this data point in your presentation is because we wonder whether or not our initiative around healthy and equitable start times has been a contributing factor to the increase in sleep habits that our students have reported. So just a wondering, there are a lot of things that can contribute to that. We also know there are a lot of things that can contribute to unhealthy sleep habits. So for example, we were just at the Jeffco Student Leadership Board event on Friday, and the students were really talking about how difficult it can be to turn it off. And by turn it off, they mean their phones. You sit in bed and you kind of doom scroll, so to speak, as some of our students described, and that can be difficult to put that away to get the sleep you need. So just some interesting conversation around sleep habits in general. Turning your attention to the middle bar graph, it displays the percentage of students who report manageable stress levels on most days, broken down by gender and school level, so middle and high schoolers. A high percentage of students reporting manageable stress levels might suggest that they have effective coping mechanisms or support systems in place. On the other hand, lower percentages might indicate a potential need for improved mental health resources and stress management. I think notably the chart reveals differences between males and females, as well as between educational levels. And again, there are a lot of contributing factors that could result in how students have reported, but that can include varying demands between levels, specifically middle and high school, societal pressure, and even maturity levels can all influence how stress is perceived and managed among different age groups. And finally, the bar graph to the right really illustrates the percentage of students reporting symptoms of depression. And I don't like to pretend that everyone knows what symptoms of depression are. So just to share a few examples of what depression is or could be is, think about like changes in mood, anxiousness, withdrawal, so on and so forth. And over the last year, comparing data from middle and high school students in 21 to 2023, notably, there has been a decrease in the percentage of students reporting symptoms of depression. And this reduction, again, could be contributed to a number of things. You think about a return to a more normal life post-pandemic. Kids are back in school. They're around their peers and their social networks, the things that they didn't necessarily have access to during the pandemic. You think about the intervention and prevention programs that our schools offer, whether that's through a community partnership such as Hazel Health, JCMH, or Sources of Strength. And I think it goes without mentioning, but just all our amazing educational professionals, spanning from our 504 teams to our special education teams to ourselves, counselors, psych social workers, suicide prevention team, health services, substance use and abuse support. I mean, we have a lot of really great resources and a lot of really incredible people in these roles doing amazing work with our kids around prevention and intervention. And as mentioned earlier, there's so much data here that we could really dive into. Something Tracy and I actually had the privilege of attending our Sources of Strength celebration last night. And it really made me think about another data point that's not presented here, and that is high school students are less likely to go to an adult when they need something, right? That's kind of developmentally appropriate to some extent, which means they're going to someone else. And according to this survey, it's their peers. So it makes me think about, if we know that, maybe we should be paying closer attention to, peer-to-peer mentorship type programs like Sources of Strength at the high school level, so that we're at least giving our kids the tools they need when their peers do come to them for help. It also makes me, want to shout out like things like Safe to Tell, where kids can, anonymously report things, thinking about like 998, the new suicide prevention. So there's just so many opportunities to really dive into here with some of those data points. The other thing you'll probably see in the report is females tend to be less active than males. And so how might we use that data to increase physical activity for our females? My team's really looking at, and this is specific to middle schoolers that I'm referring to, our team is looking at maybe we should start a Girls on the Run program to get our students more connected to their female colleagues, but also getting them more access to physical activity types of opportunities. Flag football, right? We have a champion or a parent of our first state champion.
Go Wildcats.
Yeah. So, again, there's just so much we can do here. We're also seeing students just in general with more sedentary behavior, more screen time and less physical activity, which, can lead to other types of risk factors such as obesity, so on and so forth. And so how do we really take all this data and use other data sources to validate some of what we already know, but also to start to put the right supports in place to kind of respond to the evolving needs of our kids. And I'm going to shift over to Tara.
Thanks, Matt. So we all know, and I think a shared value that we have is in student voice, and really appreciate Superintendent Dorlin, punctuating that as an area of priority for us. Student voice is very important variable in actualizing our strategic plan and strengthening and improving student safety, stability, and well-being, as the work that we do directly impacts our learners in Jeffco. So each year we administer a student perception survey. I actually learned in working on this monitoring report a new data point in which we actually started administering the family and the student perception survey immediately following the year after the Columbine tragedy. So this is the 24th year in which our district has administered a perception survey to both our families and to our students. And so something I learned as part of this process. So each year we administer a student perception survey. So listening to and integrating student voice into decision-making processes not only benefits students themselves, but also leads to more effective and student-centered educational practices. So this year, the district successfully completed the second annual district-wide stakeholder survey administration via the Panorama Education platform. So students in grades 3 through 12 were administered the survey with a total of 40,453 Jeffco students taking the survey. So for elementary students, the survey was administered to students in grades 3 through 5 for the first time this year on the Panorama platform. For our secondary students in grades 6 through 12, this is their second year taking the survey. This year, we saw an increase of nearly 3,000 secondary students taking the survey. The feedback our students share provides us with insights to reflect, plan, and take action towards better serving them and their needs. So what you see on this particular slide here is our elementary student survey results for students in grades 3 through 5. So the blue bars are the percent of favorable responses reported by students in these 7 topics that you see there: school rigorous expectations, school teacher-student relationships, school safety, school belonging, school climate, academics, and school engagement. And so within each of those constructs or topics, there are actual sub-questions that students respond to, and those are all included in the appendix within your report. So those blue bars are again, percent favorable. So for example, on school rigorous expectation, 75% of our elementary students responded favorable. The dots to the right there represent how Jeffco compares nationally to other districts. So the Panorama National Benchmarks include survey results from more than 430 districts, 5,900 schools, and 3.5 million respondents, which includes all stakeholder groups, students, staff, and families across diverse geographic areas, school types, and achievement levels. So again, the dots show how we compare to other districts nationally. So some positive trends that are noteworthy that we'd like to include is school safety. So for our Jeffco elementary students, this had the highest national comparison percentile, which we are near the 70th percentile, with an average of 66% favorability across all questions for that particular topic. School teacher-student relationships at 73% favorable and school climate at 62% favorable are both at the national average at the 50th percentile. And then the majority of students indicated that their teachers are respectful to them at 85%, encourage them to do their best at 83%, and make sure that they understand what they are learning at 94% favorable. Again, this is information reported by our elementary students. So some areas for further consideration would include, as we look more closely, where are some opportunities for growth? School belonging at 63% favorable for our elementary students, and school engagement at 49% favorable are below the national averages, both near the 30th and the 20th percentiles respectively. And then overall school engagement had the least favorability at 49%, with slightly over half the students indicating that they are interested in their classes at 56% favorable, and are focused on the activities in their classes 66% favorable, but less saying that they are excited about going to their classes at 43% favorable. So this just as Superintendent Dorlin had referenced, this is absolutely data that we are paying close attention to, and we're discussing both as a cabinet and an academic leadership team as we work collaboratively to explore root cause and potential solutions. Next slide. So this slide includes information shared by our secondary students. So the feedback from our secondary students is from students reporting in grades 6 through 12. So on this table, you will see an additional column to the right. These numbers and arrows show the year-over-year data comparison, as this is the second year our secondary students have taken this particular survey. So positive trends to report include Jeffco middle school and high school students report they feel safe. The school safety topic increased 3 percentage points to 61% favorability and is above the national average, near the 60th percentile. School climate increased this last year by 1 percentage point and is now at the national average at 46% favorable. Some areas for further consideration as we think about student voice and what our secondary students are telling us about their experience in Jeffco is 35% of our secondary students reported feeling favorable as they reported, do they feel a sense of belonging? So that is a slight increase from last year. It's a 1% point increase, but does fall below the average for schools nationwide near the 20th percentile. And then even though high academic standards, which is the school rigorous expectation, is one of the highest performing areas of favorability at 60% for our secondary students, the stagnant growth in this area, we remained below the national favorability at the 30th percentile. And then finally, within the school engagement topic, we saw slight increases in the secondary students' general class interest at 35% with a 1% point increase. And students being excited about attending their classes at 19%, 2% point increases. Their other engagement questions continue to report low favorability. So this data point in particular lends itself to the high school reimagined work and conversations that we've been engaged in all year long, and will also be an area of priority focus for not only cabinet, but for our academic leadership team as well. So across all grade spans, 3 through 12, school safety and teachers who respect and encourage students to do their best are our consistent strengths. And the topics of belonging and engagement provide areas for focus for growth for both elementary and the secondary levels.
All right, thanks, Tara. So some other considerations or sections of your report that have been revised is specific to like special education. So you might ask, why am I getting an update on the special ed count and not other counts? That's because special ed is special and has its very own count that happens in December. So when we reported to you in October, the December 1 count was not yet available. So we've seen an increase around close to 400 newly identified students with an IEP, and you might ask yourself, well, why? I think there are a number of potential factors there that contribute to that. One, we've placed a greater emphasis on child find, which is literally what it sounds like. Go and find students who are suspected of having a disability, evaluate them, and if they're in need of special ed, start providing services. I think also there's just a greater awareness among our community and health professionals around certain types of disabilities, specifically autism. That's one of the areas where we've seen the largest growth. So we also, as a result, have a lot more parents advocating for their child's needs. So they're bringing their evaluations to us, which then trigger our responsibility to refer and evaluate and identify. We're also seeing an increase in our students identified as under the category of other health impairment, which I hate to say this out loud, but it's really kind of a catch-all for any type of health condition. And one of the areas where we're seeing a greater identification rate is for students who are experiencing like anxiety, and as a result need specially designed instruction to manage that. May not be students necessarily who have any sort of need for academic intervention. And I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions in special ed is you don't have to be struggling academically to receive special ed services. You could be struggling in other aspects of life and need special ed or specialized services. We're also seeing an increase in the number of students with specific learning disability, primarily in basic reading, which is probably proportionate to the number of students we're identifying for read plans. So those are just some of the reasons why we've experienced an increase in the number of students identified. I'm sure that's not all the reasons. The other counts, as I mentioned, you won't get an update again until October 1 or the next time we provide you a comprehensive report. I do want to note that our identification for GT is also starting to increase, and having conversations with our director of gifted and talented, he's really started to use our data dashboard. Thank you, Kim, for that. To look at schools where there might be disproportionality in terms of identification, because that could be an indicator of under-identification. And he started to partner with those schools to ensure that we're taking the time to screen our students and get them identified if they need it, particularly in our Title I schools where we've seen some disproportionality. And Tara, it might be good for our new board members to know a little bit about the work that you've done with Alan, specific to one of our ROF schools last year.
Yep, absolutely. So as we looked to lean in to support our closing schools and help support the transition to their receiving schools, we looked really closely at our student data by demographic and noticed a concerning trend that we had a number of our schools with large concentrations of poverty also had students that were under-identified as gifted or students with an ALP. So in partnership with Dr. Ellen Golden, we were able to provide the we did the NNAT. We did the NNAT to all of our students at Mulholm, Edgewater, and Lumberg to ensure that we didn't have any students that fell through the cracks and that students had the opportunity to be known by name, strength, and need. And we had the opportunity to ensure that our strengths were identified and that the appropriate supports were in place as they were welcomed in their new receiving community. And so we did see, I think it was roughly 40 students that were identified that previously would not have been. And so it's just a testament of that collaboration and a commitment to ensuring that the diverse needs of our students are being met.
Yeah, and Alan has also done some very intentional work around reviewing what Jeffco is using in terms of a body of evidence to use towards the identification of students who might be gifted and talented. And one addition to that body of evidence is utilizing our access testing results, which is the tests that our students who experience linguistic diversity take to determine their English level proficiency. And part of the reason why we use that tool is to ensure that linguistic diversity is not a barrier to identification for gifted and talented. And so we're starting to see more students, who are multilingual learners be identified for giftedness or be put on talent pool, which is our students who have, gifted and talented tendencies, but haven't yet met the official criteria for identification. And one other note I just want to make is we've also started to experience an increase in the number of students who are eligible for a 504, primarily, I would say, at the secondary level for students experiencing anxiety. And the main difference between an IEP and a 504, especially design instruction. So a 504 is truly more geared towards students who just need accommodations or maybe some related services, but they don't necessarily need specially designed interventions to manage whatever needs they might have as a part of those plans.
So the second bullet here, the annual, areas for further additional consideration would be, as we just heard in the student survey feedback from our students around school engagement and school belonging. And so Matt mentioned a little bit earlier, like I had the fortunate opportunity in partnership with our Jeffco Student Leadership Board, which you all know very well, in helping to host the inaugural Jeffco Student Leadership Conference on Friday. Thank you, Dr. Kenworthy, for being there for a part of the time. We welcomed close to 130 Jeffco high school students from all across the district for a really engaging and impactful day. Part of that day included breakout sessions in the afternoon by high school, and we grouped high school students together, and they had the opportunity to get their voices in the room to talk and to reflect on the conference, but also to reflect on things that are pressing to them in their community that they wanted to make certain that our Board of Education and our district leadership are aware of. And two overwhelming trends that we saw from each of those 7 smaller breakout groups were around the topics of school engagement and belonging. So that is really trending with the data that our students are sharing. And one, they are taking note of the efforts that our schools are doing to increase belonging and lean into that district value, but we still have a long ways to go. They're appreciative and welcome of the efforts and want to take action themselves and help lead that charge. They also had a lot to say in the in the school engagement space, particularly around where there's times it feels that their high school track is determined for them depending upon their interests or their needs, and or their track. Are they college track? Are they career track? Are they doing something different? Where they're really looking for a very holistic experience. A lot of that is predetermined based on some coursework or a music class or, a certain type of activity, and it feels really limited and it feels really limiting. And they said that really can impact school engagement because there's classes that just don't feel that they have the same value or things that they feel they're missing out on. So again, it lends itself to the work and the commitment to leaning into High School Reimagined. It continues to reinforce the need for us to engage in that work. But I'll tell you time and time again how impressive and how informed our students are. As Jeffco is leader, a community of leaders building a community of leaders. And I'll tell you what, these kids are leading where they're at, and it's impressive. And I think there's some opportunity there for us to lean in a little bit more and bring back solutions from what they directly tell us.
Yep. And then the only other additional consideration, which I've mentioned already, is just there's still a lot more Healthy Kids Colorado survey data to sift through. And, we truly want to take the time to work with our state statisticians and our local data team to, see how this data correlates with other data, such as our recent student engagement survey that Tara just shared with you. Just even thinking about what you're mentioning around school safety, I think it was 88% of our middle schoolers report feeling safe at school, which I think is consistent with what we're seeing in the other student engagement perception surveys. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but excited to dive into that and provide more information as you'd like it related to that survey and those results.
All right. So where is this work on track in terms of compliance? So as Superintendent Dorland and President Parker had shared earlier that we are providing some updates as we had previously shared this report back in October. And so the newest on track statement for this report is this one data point, and it's a really important one to elevate. And it's all within within student discipline. So this year, from this time last year, we have seen an 11% point decrease of documented discipline incidences from the same time period in the school year 22-23, and then nearly 500 fewer students with a documented offense compared to the same time period last year. This is almost a 20 percentage point decrease. And so in Jeffco, consistently applied research-based approaches to discipline are important tools for creating learning environments that are foundational to the success of all of our students. And we recognize that how school discipline is handled has a great impact on the learning environment of a school. So this really is noteworthy to report on track is this decrease in the overall student behavior. So there are a lot of variables that could have contributed to this positive data. Schools have reported that the new discipline matrix, the positive behavior support teams, and the district prevention and intervention manual have all been asset-based tools that have helped inform their structures and decision-making as it relates to addressing student behavior and discipline. So these are trends that we will continue to monitor and pay close attention as we continue to make certain that these are the right supports to support student behavior through an asset-based approach. And so all in all, though, we're hearing from schools that the tools and resources that they have are helping to support students' behavior being addressed while getting students back to the learning environment much quicker. So just an exciting data point to share. And then some updates for focused acceleration. So earlier this evening, you heard Dr. Kim talk about the data dashboard. It's something that we're all really excited about. So having a data dashboard allows for our educators, provides a need and an opportunity to increase their data literacy skills. So for focused acceleration, being able to interpret the data our educators are interacting with to support the strengths and needs of all of our diverse the strengths and needs of all of our diverse learners. So this focus will help ensure that interventions and supports are tailored to individual student needs to enhance their academic, social, and emotional development in a timely way. I mean, just a few minutes ago, you heard Chief Polero talk about, the needs of our students with disabilities, our students who are either talent pool or gifted and talented, our multilingual, learners. So each of these students brings strengths and needs, and making certain that our educators are data literate and then have the tools necessary to make informed decisions will absolutely increase and improve student outcomes. So these are necessary tools.
Yeah, and I got to share a quick story that I shared with Cabinet on Monday. So last Friday, I had the opportunity to spend some time at Lakewood High School with our school counselor team. And one of the really cool things that they're utilizing the data dashboard for is how they maximize study hall. And so what they've started to do is identify students who have certain risk factors for like dropouts. So they're looking at things like attendance, one or more Fs, so on and so forth, and they're intentionally placing them in study hall. But it's not the traditional study hall where you go to the cafeteria and you have a monitor who, just ensures that you're staying busy. They've actually have taken like juniors and seniors who excel in different areas, and they're serving as peer tutors for our students who need help in certain areas. And there's also a supervising teacher in there who is knowledgeable or kind of a generalist in different areas, so that we can get support to the students that need it the most and use that study hall in a non-traditional way. So I just thought that was like super cool and something really important to share and shout them out for their great work. That's something we'll be trying to replicate, I think, across our high school campuses. One other cool story about that school is they're also doing, I forget what they call it, but it's like junior, senior, 1 minute check-ins. So the counselors meet with every junior and senior, and they're making sure that they're on track to graduate, going over their schedule with them, ensuring that they're placed into the appropriate courses that align with whatever they might need, not only to meet high school graduation requirements, but also in pursuit of what they aspire to after school. So I had the opportunity, because a family was open to letting me sit in on their child's session, and it was one of our newcomer families and a young lady who had come from El Salvador, who's a senior and wants to go on to college to be a pediatrician. And so we were making sure that she was in the right science classes that she needs for this semester to go on and graduate. And the conversation turned into what financial assistance might be available to me, given that, I don't necessarily have all the documents I need to apply for traditional funding sources like the FAFSA. So it was just a really incredible example of the great work that some of our schools are doing, especially within the counselor departments, to serve our students in support of our instructional priorities, especially around graduation and post-secondary success. So thanks for letting me share those two examples. The next bullet's mine. So an update on just addressing the increased demand for mental, social, emotional, and behavioral health resources. So as Dr. Kim mentioned, last year we had invested ESSER funding into a partnership with Hazel Health to provide telehealth in school or at home support services. We've actually committed to investing new funding into continuing that partnership. And this coming school year, we will have not only the at-home support services that we started with, we also have 38 schools who will be piloting in-school support. So if a student were to need, a session with Hazel, they could actually just set aside some time within their school day to accomplish that, rather than having to do it at home. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to expand that to more schools. But every student in the district has access to Hazel Health, both the physical health and mental health services. And even the schools that are not piloting the in-school support services all of our mental health professionals have been trained on this resource in terms of how to refer and answer questions that families might have. Also, our new website has a pretty robust description of what Hazel Health is and isn't, and how to get connected to that resource if you desire it. The other big shift that we've made in our mental health work this year is specific to special education. So as you know, some of our students with an IEP have direct or indirect services from a mental health professional, such as a psych or social worker. Our model the allocation model has been the same for the last 25 years. And that is everyone gets the same amount of mental health support from the district, which may or may not meet the needs within their building. So this year we shifted that model to be a more equity-based allocation approach, where we actually look at students' IEPs to say who has direct services, indirect services, and then ensuring that the allocation is adequate to meet those needs within those buildings. And we have additional factors that we account for in that allocation, such as a child find factor. So we know that, one, students will be identified over the course of the year. And we want to make sure that we've provided some additional cushion to those providers to take on more students over the course of the year. We also know that students may transition from one school to another school in the same school year. So we account for some of those things. The other thing we've done is we've instituted what we're referring to as a central evaluation team. And the intent there is to reduce the amount of time some of our professionals are spending on initial evaluations, and take that burden and shift it over to a central evaluation team who will take that off the plate of our school providers, so the school providers can maximize the time that they have available to providing direct support to kids. And so we're very excited to see what kind of an impact that has. We've done it in other areas specific to our related services, such as speech and motor. And initially, educators were a little bit hesitant, but over time, they've been appreciative and have seen the value in having a central evaluation team. So we're now expanding that to our mental health team. I know that our JCEA bargaining unit has an interest in us considering that possibility down the road for our learning specialist, which is something we're interested in too. But that would take some substantial shifting of resources to figure out a way to make that do within our budgetary constraints, and just in light of other challenges we have with staffing and so on and so forth. So that is the primary update on the mental health front. Social emotional update is we have the SSIS Universal Screener, pre-K through 12th grade. We're also piloting in a handful of schools the Panorama version of that. And partially why the Panorama version is, one, just the references that you've seen that we can make in terms of like national norms. And also packaged with Panorama comes what we call kind of the intervention toolkit. They have already taken a lot of evidence-based interventions and put it into a playbook. So you can say, okay, at my school, we're seeing students who maybe are struggling with self-awareness. And you can go into the little playbook and search self-awareness, and it will give you 3 practical things that you can do, with all kids, or a handful of kids, or just one kid that's evidence-based and that you can actually do. Which also addresses another need we have, and that's ensuring that our educators have the supplemental materials and tools that they need to provide the interventions or prevention that students might need related to those areas. And I don't think I missed anything, but those are the big ones.
Thank you. And
That's mine too.
go ahead.
Sorry.
You're okay.
So the next one's the comprehensive program evaluation, a specialized program. So last time we presented to you, we had shared that we would like to do a comprehensive evaluation of all student success programs. That's special ed, health services, student services, and gifted and talented. Since then, we have partnered with McCrell International, who has already hit the ground running. They've started reviewing and analyzing a wide range of data specific to these areas. We've had over, I think it was 35-ish schools, Dave, that have volunteered to partner with McCrell to offer focus groups with educators, parents and students and school leadership. We have some surveys that they're going to be disseminating here soon related to different areas. They've also started outreach to some of our advisory committees like the Special Ed Advisory, JAGC, which is our local gifted and talented committee, so on and so forth. So we're really excited about the work that they're doing, and I anticipate getting a comprehensive report on my desk in August. And that is really going to drive a lot of our decision making in terms of better understanding where our gaps are and how we might leverage those, but also identifying the things that we're doing really well that we should continue doing or even continue expanding. So excited to give you an update later on next year in the fall when that makes sense around our findings there.
Thanks, Matt. So for the last data point that you see here for focused acceleration would be the dropout prevention and early warning indicator dashboard. So we've talked a lot this evening. You've heard a lot about our data dashboard, and having an early warning data dashboard is on track to be released for this upcoming school year. The dashboard will include a predictive model on which secondary students are on or off track to graduate. And those really are following the ABCs. These indicators include like attendance, behavior, course completion, course failure, and then when combined with knowing students by name, strength, and need, help us identify students who may be struggling and require additional support to proactively prevent school disengagement and dropout. In the report, you also saw some information about a case, an area of case management in which we are looking to take our student engagement team that work with some of our most vulnerable students in the district. And they also have a pilot dashboard that they are using to help have the most robust information in front of them to help make the most timely and informed decisions and interventions on behalf of the students that they support. But that dashboard has allowed them to re-engage 243 students this year who have previously dropped out. And so having, again, the right tools in front of you and the appropriate data helps you make the right decisions and provide the right action and support of our students. And so really excited about the rollout and excited to come back a year from now to talk about this early warning indicator dashboard and the impacts that it's having on student outcomes.
All right, and that wraps up what we intended to be a very brief update.
Thank you very much. Directors, questions?
You looked to your left first this time. Thank you for this. This is the work you all are doing is so tremendously important. And so I really appreciate it. A few quick observations and questions. What % of our student population responded to the Healthy Kids survey? Do we know?
Percentage. I actually do have that data, I believe, with me. I don't know that I've broken it out into percentages, but what I can tell you is we had 27 schools participated in 2021 and 30 schools in 2023. We asked all the schools that participated in 2021 to participate this year so that we had some comparative data as much as possible. Overall, there were 17,700 students who participated in 2021 and 20,690 students participated in 2023. In terms of percentages, I'd have to do the math. I'm not sure.
That's no worries. I was just curious. And I noticed in the survey, and I haven't dug into the questions in the appendix in the report, but I will. There's the little I next to each category. Is it fair that a third grader, having a third grader at home, understands what engagement and belonging means? Or is this really just like they answered the questions and we grouped them into engagement and belonging?
Yep. So for our elementary students, the survey was read to them and students were allowed to ask clarifying questions prior to. We just wanted to make certain that literacy wasn't a barrier for students being able to have their voices heard. So for our littles, the survey was administered, it was read to them. And then we also made the survey available in multiple languages that students could play and they can hear the survey questions being read to them in their native language. And the survey can also be taken in multiple languages for both students and families.
One thing I wanted to share with you, just so you're for your knowledge, with the Healthy Kids Colorado survey, so it's optional, right?
Yes.
And parents can provide consent for us to administer the survey. But even once we administer the survey, students can also opt out on their own. And they can opt out entirely from the survey, or they can opt out of specific questions. So you heard me earlier say statistically significant. We pay close attention to how many students answered specific questions to share the data, so that we're not sharing data that would be not representative of our Jeffco body or student body.
It's really helpful. If a student has a positive response to that the school is rigorous, does that mean the school is hard or easy? That is an excellent question. We have unpacked that pretty closely in our academic leadership team, and I think we all have varying degrees of interpretation of what that might mean. I would tell you that even if we had, for example, our Jeffco Student Leadership Board students here, they would both say it depends, which isn't the answer that we want. But there are a lot of variables that students would say, this text is too easy, this math class is too easy, I'm not engaged, or it might be, you know what, this is way over my head, I'm not engaged, I'm going to shut down, shut out. So I think there's a lot of variables that go into that, which is why this makes this so complex for sure.
Awesome. One observation that I've had in visiting schools, and I've been trying to cram a lot in as we get close to the end of the year, which I'm finding is something I will change for next year, is that a lot of middle schools have weight rooms, and a lot of middle schools are looking to have girls-only weightlifting classes.
Wow.
And so to your comment about we're seeing, especially our female students, maybe being more sedentary, Girls on the Run's a great idea, but there's a lot of science around resistance training for young girls and women. And I was super excited to see, A-West, I happened to walk into a weightlifting class, and it was 60% girls in the class. And so it was super exciting to see that. So that would be one idea I would lift up. I was really impressed at all the middle schools. We're like, oh yeah, next year we want to have like a girls only weightlifting class to take away any concerns that girls might have for getting into that. So I was really excited to hear that.
Yeah, and it's there are so many different things we can do, and one thing our team has really given a lot more thought to is student voice, right? So we might think Girls on the Run sounds like a really great idea, but it might be weightlifting that they're interested in. So I appreciate you elevating that idea.
It was really cool. And I apologize to my fellow board members. I have one more topic I want to hit on. This is no surprise to anyone, the mental health portion. Matt knew I was going to ask about this. So currently my understanding is Hazel Health, when it's in home, a parent must be present for those sessions.
That's correct.
How are we navigating that in the schools next year with the pilot?
Yeah, that is one of the kind of growing pains that we've had to work through, and we're really leaning into our providers and also our neighboring districts who are also implementing it in school, just to see like what has worked best and under what conditions. Ultimately, it's similar. We don't necessarily have a provider who is in the room listening to the session, but a provider is there when the session is going, in the event that emergency or something were to come up where we needed a provider to
immediate intervention.
But yeah, it gets challenging with scheduling all those things, and so we're trying to really figure out the best way and most efficient way to do that, so that we're also not taking away time from students who have a scheduled intervention when another student needs
immediate intervention.
Yeah.
And this is just a study session, so I get to talk about this. I'm really glad that we're looking at ways to get mental health supports in every school. I am concerned that we are not doing it with district employees and that we are doing it through outsourcing. And I understand that there are constraints on people and resources, and I do understand all of that. I would be curious if we could look at what it would cost to put a full-time mental health provider in every school compared to the costs of all the partnerships that we have. And I know Hazel Health is doing wonderful things, and I know Jefferson County Mental Health is also. But I just look at the relationships that kids have with people who are in their school every day, and I think there's something there. And so that is my curiosity for all of this. A lot of the elementary schools I visit, I ask, and most of them are buying up out of their SBB money to fully fund a full-time mental health resource in school. And so that would be my only observation is like, it's so exciting that we are getting more resources there, especially in the early education, because I do believe that if we can get those supports in elementary, we can help kids develop the tools that SEL is working on. And so I would something that I'd love to explore more with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also just, want to comment, if I may, the expansion of our partnerships is to strengthen the services we provide, not to replace them. And so there are a wide range of partnerships that we have. You think about like JCMH, for example, they're not a telehealth company. They're in person. And some of our schools have that partnership with them. So we're really just trying to ensure that we have a comprehensive, holistic approach and resources that are available to address kind of the wide range of needs that our students might have. So you think about like Judy's House, for example, they provide services specific to grief. Not every mental health provider in our building is trained on how to manage grief. And so that's why we utilize some of those partnerships to come in and fill in those gaps for us. So I just want to make sure that I hear you, and those partnerships are really important too.
No, and that does make total sense. And I certainly understand specialized. I was more thinking if we're putting Hazel Health into our schools, what does that relationship look like? And have we asked our leaders in our schools their opinions of this and all of that? So we can follow up. I don't want to take more time, but
yeah,
I would be curious.
I'd love to talk about this all day. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm realizing that I'm throwing this one at you sort of last minute, but just because we had a chance to look at the TLCE results, and I just thought it was interesting that our students feel safe, that we've had a decrease in discipline issues, but what we're hearing from educators is that they feel like we're not doing well at managing student behavior. And that's very recent data. So you may not have even had a chance to start figuring out what's going on with that disparity.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the teaching and learning conditions survey data. I haven't studied it that closely, but there are other sources of data that suggest that same notion to us, such as the SSIS screener. We've seen an increase in the need for self-regulation strategies, response to behavior, and educators needing more support in those areas. Our team offers what I would describe as a really comprehensive professional learning catalog. But again, time is always one of those areas that it's one of those resources we don't have a whole lot of. And so we're trying to find alternative ways to get teachers the tools that they need to be able to respond to those challenging behaviors when they rise. So thinking about like that panorama playbook, for example, that I mentioned, but also you've probably heard that we have a think tank going on right now where we're actually working with a researcher to really help us understand, how are other districts, not only just in Colorado, but across our nation, addressing what has emerged as kind of a national trend, not just a Jeffco or Colorado trend. And so we should be receiving in cabinet some recommendations from that group around what support or instructional tools do we need to get into the hands of our educators here in Jeffco based upon what we know is effective, practical, and is within our constraints.
I think Dr. Kim wants to jump in as well. She's probably going to share some of what's on my mind, Matt. But Matt, everything Matt said, and Dr. Kim.
Everything you said, and I too have dug deeply into TLCC, Panorama, both teacher and student survey, looking for where do we see alignment and where do we see vast differences in perception of the student experience. And that's one of about 9 categories where we see a distinct difference in what our students perceive and what our staff perceives, and frankly, what our families perceive. And so we'll be digging deeper into that and figuring out the why. We're engaging with different stakeholder groups including student groups, as well as we've already begun the conversation with our colleagues at JCEA to say, hey, can we dig into this data? And they said, absolutely, let's do. So we're having those conversations, because one of the things we do recognize is while the numbers have decreased in terms of number of disciplinary incidences, what our student safety department would tell you is that we are tending to see more extreme situations, not more volume. And so it may feel like there's more going on, whereas the numbers are less. It's the events and the way in which they happen that feel very different.
Yep.
Right. Minor infractions don't tend to feel dangerous.
Right.
Yep. I would also add that maybe it was last year, we committed to putting into place in every school a PBST, the Positive Behavior Support Team. I think that's what that stands for. And that's a new structure. And thinking about our major initiative in terms of central support and service to schools. So my team will go out and sit with those teams and talk through, like, what is your data or your local context, and how can we lean in and support you in response to whatever challenges you may be faced with. Because it could range from like an externalizing behavior to an internalizing behavior. And so we have to approach both, given that our schools have concerns about both.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just going to throw out there that possibly, since this is one of the drums I've been banging, that the more sleep may also be causing a decrease in stress and depression. So when we talk about rigor, and what does it mean to students and all of that, I can tell you as a teacher that my experience with students is that they do want to be challenged, that they don't like classes that are too easy, and they also don't like classes that are too hard. So I tend to think, when we ask students whether or not things are rigorous enough, I think very often they're the ones hitting the just right balance, who know what that is. And my hope is that as we continue with Ms. Nikothodis on redoing curriculum at the middle school and high school level, that we'll see some improvement in that. I think one of the problems that we have is that students and families know that students get very different experiences from teacher to teacher. That some teachers are too easy, some teachers are too hard, and some teachers are just right. And if we give them the resources so that all teachers are hitting that right level that's challenging kids but isn't too hard, my hope is that we'll see that reflected in there. And if it's not reflected in there, that tells us that we need to continue doing some work on the curriculum.
Yeah, even right now in our panorama survey data, we're hearing our students tell us, and it's a trend across our system, that my math work is challenging. There's a high favorable response rate to that. I think 75% of our students are saying my math work is challenging. And when we look at ELA, English Language Arts, it's remarkably lower. It's 47% and lower overall as a district. And the favorable responses we're getting from students saying what I read is relevant, is meaningful, is engaging, is interesting, and is challenging. They're saying it's not. So we've been having a lot of conversations. And what does it look like to really engage kids in reading and writing and thinking about things they care about? Because especially at our secondary levels, kids are able to think abstractly about topics. And there's a lot of topics they care about. I've talked about a specific example. Writing about their favorite character in a novel at 6th, 7th, 8th grade is not something that I would predict most students really deeply care about. So we need to start thinking about the kind of tasks we're assigning our kids and making sure that it is relevant to them and engaging in their topics that are meaty, that they want to dig into and have conversations around through reading and writing, listening and speaking.
Right. The ability to really deeply connect a work of literature to their own lives is just huge. And I think sometimes you might get the teacher who thinks that's, I had a colleague who called that a puppy kitty sort of thing, that it was too soft and squishy and feel good. And others that I think accept a fairly low level of making that connection. But I know from my own experience, that kids get excited about the Scarlet Letter when you talk about the scaffold being like social media. oh, aha, now I get it. It's that kind of thing. Super glad to hear that we're diversifying GT, because I think that's something that we really needed to do. And I brought that up before as something that was important to me. And so really glad to see that we're making those very intentional steps and that we're seeing results from that and that we're seeing inclusion of more kids than we had before. When it comes to the Hazel Health, I do have one question. I assume that parents are told if their child is accessing Hazel Health at school?
Yes. So the way we structured Hazel Health is no one accesses it without parental consent. So whether it's at school, at home, or out on the football field, it's through a parent or a guardian.
Okay, great. I really like the idea of having a central evaluation team to just take care of some of that initial, basic baseline stuff. I just want to lift up here and maybe again later, because what's going to happen, I know, having gotten a number of letters from teachers who are saying, you keep increasing spending at the administrative level, and we're not getting salary increases because of that. That yes, this will look like a central administration expenditure, but these will be people who are having direct contact with students and directly benefiting schools. I think that's something that we could do a better job of really explaining to people how many people have jobs that fall into the central administration sort of budget or employees or that kind of thing, but who really do work day to day individually with students.
Well, I want to make sure that everyone here knows that we did not increase FTE to create the central evaluation team. We shifted existing resources to develop this team. Now, there may be a case where we need to increase some FTE, but it would not be substantial. We are using all of our current FTE to not only meet the needs at our schools, but also to meet the needs or build out this central evaluation team. I think maybe in my budgetary request, there might be 3-ish FTE that I requested. And that's more of if needed, not an absolute.
Right. And that's what I've been explaining to people when I respond to them, is that you need to understand, number one, it hasn't increased. We've had shifts that have repurposed positions. We've either cut in order to add, or we've changed the structure of positions so that they look a little bit different. And that people would be surprised at how many positions are people that look like they are here in this building who are never here in this building.
That's right. And I would also say that we did it so that we would not create a need that we can't fill, right? These are hard to fill positions. And so we didn't want to exacerbate that problem by adding additional FTE that just might be challenging for us to hire for.
Right. Thank you so very much.
Thanks for being here. I just want to start off by saying the JSLB conference is amazing. I was there for a short amount of time, but I loved the chance to see students who were engaged in lots of conversation. Some of them came up and asked me if I was coming to their graduation. That was pretty cool. And I also had my own kids in tow with me because they were off of school that day. I'm really excited to attend next year. Also, the music was fantastic at lunch. It was amazing.
The Green Mountain Pep Band.
Yeah.
Plug there.
The programming, when I read through the program and shared it with my middle schooler, he was excited by the titles of some of the discussions that were happening, particularly after lunch, which I just thought was really cool. I wanted him, and I want other middle school students to know that this is a thing that exists as they're going through middle school and starting to notice and become cognizant of other people and not just themselves, that their voice can be included in a conversation that will have impact on what happens in their school experience. And so I just am so thrilled that that's going to happen. I hope that it happens again next year. Going into the presentation that you did at slide 9, I just want to lift up and say it out loud that our female identifying middle school students and high school students may need additional support. Just looking at both of those bars there and seeing a significant difference by gender identity. And also lifting up that 2021 was clearly a difficult year. And so it's nice to see some improvement over time, hoping that we continue to see additional sleep and decrease in depression as we move forward. The other thing I want to lift up is slide 11. Talking about the Panorama Perception Survey, and noticing our results on belonging and engagement. I'm curious if Panorama shares just district info, if there's that many districts across the nation that are using this. Are there districts that are experiencing, like, clearly there's an average, there's above average, there's below. Where are the areas that are above average in there, and what are their strategies? I'm super curious just about that, and if there's access to that sort of information to inform our own work in trying to increase our numbers.
Absolutely. So we have, she's still here. Dr. Eaton is here. And that's a question that's come up is, okay, so we know how we're comparing nationally. Who's figuring it out? Who's rocking and rolling that we can call and learn from? And so we do have a great partnership with Panorama, and it does sound like we may have, some accessibility to that information to be able to start to learn from others that are comparable, maybe in size and demographic. So yeah, always on that journey of continuous improvement, but absolutely, let's learn from others as well.
Yeah, and just for Director Kenworthy and Director Applegate, and as a reminder to our other board members who've been with us a little longer, this is the second year that we've done this survey. Last year, in our first year, we only did the 6-12 survey. We didn't do any elementary. It was kind of like a first step in. And so now that we're fully implementing, I think, we just need to, it's a great suggestion. And I do think we'll be able to partner with Panorama, as Tara said, but it is our second year, just so you know.
I remember when some of this information was brought to the DAC, the District Accountability Committee, and they talked about it being the first year, and it was exciting that it is a similar survey to what's being offered in other districts, because you do get that perspective where you're stepping back from just Jeffco numbers and being able to see a larger story and how we show up in that. So I'm excited to see how the information plays out over the next 4 years that I'll be here. I want to just lift up or ask, actually, on slide 13, Ms. Pena, you mentioned that PBST support teams in all of the schools. I'm familiar with the PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Systems, and I know the support team is a part of that kind of model. So I'm curious, at the schools that have PBSTs, who makes up that team?
So the PBST is a new structure to schools this year. And so it's actually aligned to Article 10 in the JCEA Master Agreement. So every school this year was tasked with establishing this PBST, and they are responsible for developing innovative student behavior strategies aligned with district structures. So it is to include a building administrator, at least one mental health professional, such as a counselor, a social worker, psychologist, or cell, and a minimum of 3 teachers representing various grade levels and departments, including AMP and electives. And these teams are selected through a collaborative staff voting process and operate under the guidance of a building administrator and a facilitator. And so Matt's team, he had mentioned his team, in addition to some members of my team, they make up what's called the SEB team, and it's a social emotional behavior team. They've dubbed themselves that, because we needed another acronym, right? And so that includes the restorative practices team as well. And they are going in to support our PBSTs and trying to make sure they're staying at the right altitude, right? So we have some PBSTs that just want to talk about like their dress code and cell phone policy, like all day long. And, while that has value, we think about, sustained best practiced over time, that might not be the best place for them to invest their energy. So actually, as part of our district unified improvement plan, major improvement strategy number 3 actually has our sub teams creating a turnkey that we will actually administer to our PBSTs to train them on what is the just right altitude, to ensure that they have the appropriate supports in place to support much of the things that are talked about and mentioned here within this report. And so, really hopeful that with some more guidance, they will continue to be the robust teams they're intended to be in support of improved behavior and staff feeling, safe and supported as well.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful. And then Mr. Polaro, I wanted to ask you about, you mentioned a survey that is underway and you're going to get information back. Do you know what I'm talking about? You presented it and I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, programming evaluation.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. So thinking as a scientist, I'm just wondering what's your hypothesis in going into that? What are you looking for, or what are you what are you hoping to get from that?
So the surveys, I should say plural, because there are multiple surveys that will be going out tailored to a variety of different stakeholders. So there's a whole subset of questions that are specific to GT for GT stakeholders. There's a whole survey dedicated to special ed. There's so many surveys, but ultimately it's getting an understanding of what is the student experience in special ed and GT. What is the educator experience in those areas? What kind of tools and resources do you have available to you? What kind of data are you using to monitor the effectiveness of these tools? So it's really vast in terms of what we're trying to learn here, but ultimately it comes down to what kind of experience is everyone having? Where might there be some gaps that we need to devote more attention to? And what are the things we're doing really well that we need to continue investing in and even potentially expanding? I don't know if that answers your question, but I mean, it's a really substantial program evaluation that is long overdue, in my opinion.
That's what I wanted to know. The long overdue part sounds like this is a step towards calibrating.
Yes. Yeah. And I think, one thing we really hope for is just a more consistent, high quality experience for our kids and teachers across Jeffco schools. I think when we talked about GT, just as an example, while there are some really strong GT programs, they don't necessarily all operate the same. And not that they should, but there should be some continuity across all of our GT centers that just doesn't currently exist. And so we have to identify what are those things so that any family who desires to have their, child in a GT center is getting a really high quality experience that they could get in any of our schools, regardless of where the school's located or, the type of educational environment, so on and so forth.
So it sounds like there's going to be a lot of data collected.
Yeah.
And then is that going to lead us towards another dashboard or?
Yeah, so possibly. My team is all up in the dashboard. We have so many ideas. I mean, we went through data camp with Dr. Kim taking the lead there with our community soups. And, right now, one of our dashboards, shares the percentages of students on an ALP, an IEP, or other type of plan, which is really great data to have. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to even drill down further to say, well, what is the student's area of gifted and talentedness? And are they rising to the level of achievement that we know they're capable of? Or are our students with autism being, as successful as they possibly could be? So there's going to be a lot more data dashboards that come specific to student success, and I will expect that as a result of this evaluation, it's going to give us even more ideas, especially around MTSS, which is where we have a really strong invested interest in right now.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
Looking forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
That's all I got.
Okay.
I just have two comments because we had such great discussion here. First of all, is on slide 9. This is just my own personal quirk. I really like it when the axes are the same so that I can tell that the students who are getting their sleep is really a very, very low percentage. It's not anywhere near equal to the number of students that are doing some of these other stuff. So it's just, for me.
Yeah, and that's partially why I said too, like, there's opportunity for sleep hygiene enhancements here.
Yeah. And the others too, because, the students who report manageable levels of stress is even better than the symptoms of depression, but it looks a little too similar.
Yep.
And the second thing is I really appreciate in the report that you put together that you indicate where it's been revised, the revised 5.1.24. Love that. I also wonder if it might be possible that within the section that's been revised, we can see what section has been revised. And I don't know if that means a different color or background or something.
Yeah, we were trying to make it as easy as possible for you all. And we'll take that feedback and run with it. And just shout out to Dr. Eaton and Karen Bulow, who really made sure that we designated those areas as revised, because that wasn't even on Tara and I's radar. So you can thank them, and we'll
it was
improve next time.
helpful. So thank you so much for this. I am going to point out that we have run way over the original schedule, but I didn't stop it now because I thought it was a really good conversation, but I'm going to try and figure out a way going forward how we can have the presentation maybe a little more streamlined and the questions more streamlined, and we can figure out which ones need to be answered now and which one we can get answers to later. So thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And yeah, if that's okay, I don't know how we do it officially. Julie.
Ms. Tolleson. Okay. Just flip-flopping the order is fine.
Okay, so then we will go next to our legislative update and then come back to the next monitoring report after that.
Thank you, Ms. Pena.
Yes,
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Mr. Polero. Really meaty information.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Okay, then we will go ahead with 2.05 agenda item. Oops, no, we're going to 2.04. Yes. And this is an agenda item that will allow the board the opportunity to review and discuss recent legislative activities of the 74th General Assembly. Mr. Bowditch from Bowditch and Cassell Public Affairs is here tonight to lead the discussion. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support legislation or oppose it, I would say, we may also discuss it during this time. I want to stress that we are at a critical juncture in a legislative session which ends on May 8th. And I can tell by the appearance of Mr. Bowditch, he's looking forward to that very much. Yes, Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Parker. I just want to publicly thank Mr. Bowditch for his tireless effort at representing Jeffco's perspective and interest in many things that are going down at the state legislature, but in particular, the newest second round of the school finance bill that I'm sure we will discuss this evening. He's happy to talk to the board about that, but I just really appreciate your patience with our interests in that bill and your relationships with our legislators and your advocacy for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and it's a pleasure to represent Jeffco Schools. Thank you for the invitation to come out tonight. On that point, I thank the superintendent and all the staff. We've been on lots of text chains for the last few weeks, and I appreciate everybody's team effort on this. Happy day 113. We have 1 week to go. Lots left to do. Tonight I was going to talk about 3 primary issues, and I'm happy to talk about anything else that you'd like to. The easy one is 1488, the Clean School Finance Act that buys down the BS factor. That has been sent off to the governor. We are waiting action on that. And that should be signed before the session ends, which is great because the last few years it was signed much closer to the end of May. So at least the school board will have a longer time period during which it can make its final budgetary decisions. Next, I wanted to talk about the big issue, the new School Finance Act. That's House Bill 1448. Earlier today, that passed the House in its final vote on a vote of 44 to 10. I was very pleased that of the 10 votes, there were 4 Jeffco votes who were the no votes. Representatives, I do have that, Leader, Story, Tatone, and Byrd all voted no, and I certainly appreciated their support. There were other Jeffco legislators, frankly, who might have voted no had it been a much closer vote, but it was very clear that it was going to pass. But I appreciate those for standing with Jeffco, and I've already thanked them, each of them. The bill will now move over to the Senate, where I'm guessing further changes will be made because there's a lot of moving parts to this. And then it will have to go back to the House for final concurrence, all by next Wednesday at midnight. Plenty of time to get things done if they prioritize it, which I think they will, but also not a lot of time to digest the primary components and the moving parts of House Bill 1448. Just to be clear, we were in a monitor position, then we were in an amend position, and then as of Monday morning, it was formally changed to an opposed position. At this point, there are 3 primary districts that are still in an opposed position. Jeffco, Littleton, and Adams 12. A number of others have said they have moved to neutral with some amendments that have been made, though on the Secretary of State's website, they haven't necessarily showed up as anything but opposition. Those include Douglas County and Boulder, that as of yesterday were still opposed, and some other organizations. People are moving, unfortunately, from our perspective, more to a neutral or to an amend position. That doesn't mean that we haven't been vocal in our advocacy. When it was clear that the amendment we had worked on to try and address some of the issues of concern to us was not going to be offered on second reading, and the board changed its position to opposition on Monday morning, I let the sponsors know, and I let each member of the Jeffco delegation know. Some of them had been checking with me quite frequently on the status of your position. Let me also say that stepping back for a minute and looking at House Bill 1448, I think there are some good components in that bill. The updating of the data used in the cost of living index is very important. Right now, under the current School Finance Act, we've never rebased the cost of living since the School Finance Act was developed in 1994, which probably means they were using data from 1991 or 1992. And district costs have changed. The relative change between districts has also changed in that time period. Some districts may have become less affluent or less costly compared to neighboring districts, and other districts have exploded in their costs. Getting the right data, we can argue about whether we should have a cost of living data, but we ought to at least be using current data. It's hard to be too upset about focusing a little more revenues on rural schools and focusing on harder to serve students. Having said all that, when the bill was introduced, it did not change the mill levy overrides. In a meeting with the speaker, the superintendent advised the speaker against changing overrides, against changing the cap. When the School Finance Act was introduced in 1994, the cap was 15% above your total program dollar amount. At some point, I don't know when, it was raised to 25%. Then it was raised for 30% for the small rural districts. Now it is 25% plus, thanks to the amendments that were adopted, plus any revenue that you may have lost in the cost of living change from the old act to this new act. At this point, let me be careful what I say here. At this point, no one can tell me what districts that applies to. I have not seen a list of districts that applies to. I'm told that will be coming in the new fiscal note that will be introduced before the bill is up in its Senate committee. My guess is it'll apply to a lot of the larger districts. The point has been made that There are currently 60 or 70 districts with no mill levy overrides. Either they've gone to the voters and the voters have said no, or their assessed value per student is such that even if they passed anything, they really wouldn't raise any money. But that's in the bill now. Increased override caps. I don't know. My guess is it will be introduced in the Senate tomorrow, assigned to a committee, and then go to its committee hearing. In the House, it went to the House Education Committee and then the House Appropriations Committee. That would be the logical path in the Senate. Having said that, with a week to go, who knows what will happen to it on its path. Questions on either of the two School Finance Act bills?
Well, I'm going to start this time, since I have been working with you, Ed, quite a bit the last couple of weeks. So the mill levy override, did I understand, are they putting a different cap on it for some number of schools? It's not like they're just waiving the cap.
That is correct, Madam President. It's not a waiver of a cap, but you can increase, if you are at your cap, if you're at your 25%, you can go above that by a dollar amount to recapture the dollar amount that you have lost in the switch in the cost of living change.
Well, that's pretty complicated to figure out.
It is, and that's one reason, frankly, why there hasn't been a list floating around of which district and how much this applies to. But when I get that list, I'll send it to the board and with the new fiscal note.
And also, since I know you pushed really hard about the charter school pass-through equation, did you get feedback from the sponsors or even the Jeffco reps that voted for the bill, why they didn't think it was important enough to do?
Really, I was working on that issue just with the bill sponsors. And there was concern that that would change 30 years of precedence with regards to the relationship of districts and charters. I pointed out to the sponsors that we certainly want positive relationships with all of our schools in Jeffco. This is not a Jeffco issue. It is a statewide issue. But if House Bill 1448 is intending for additional funds to be provided to recognize additional costs associated with students who qualify as at-risk, ELL, and now special ed, which is going to be a student-based factor, then those dollars ought to be flowing to those schools that have those types of students. But the sponsors felt like they did not want to introduce that bill at that time, and frankly, I wasn't going to count to 33 votes without the sponsors' assent on that.
And I have two other questions. The big one for me in opposing this bill right now is that they're not waiting for the results of their adequacy study. And I appreciate you sending me the RFP that went out, and that's when I realized there's actually two studies, one about the input of revenue and then the other one about the expenditures of the revenue. And what kind of response did you get from people who didn't think we need to wait for it?
There wasn't much of a response, to be honest with you. They said we can always find a reason. I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but in terms of their response, but it was viewed that the timing was best now to make the changes to the School Finance Act that will go into effect in 2025-26, so a year from now. And the adequacy studies will help educate the legislature and all of the districts when they are published, I think next December or January.
It was January.
Yeah. It wasn't a strong selling point. When I talked to one legislator today, to deviate just a little bit about the overall availability of funds to implement this, I was told that was a legislative issue and not an issue the districts needed to worry about. That was about, as an aside, I'm sorry, don't want to get myself in trouble here. That was about an hour after the Budget Committee met to look at a $60 million budget shortfall that just arose. But there are a lot of moving parts to the state budget. The quarterly revenue estimates come in. The next one will be June. Those can move $200 million in any direction. So there's a lot of time for the legislature to figure things out. As a former budget staffer at the Capitol, I remain concerned that trying to rely just on the state education fund to come up with an additional $90 million each year for the next 6 years, above and beyond inflation, which is great that the sponsor, Speaker McCluskey, says it is absolutely her intent that districts be funded for inflation and then these dollars be additional dollars. But that is going to be a very tall order to do each year for the next 6 years. Speaker McCluskey did put in more triggers about what could pause the implementation of the School Finance Act, of the new School Finance Act being introduced. I'm not a big fan of those triggers. I think there has to be legislative will to pause it in the end. It can't just be an economic circumstance. But I respect that she's trying to address that. Those were some concerns raised by some of the other districts.
Then I have one final question, then I'll let others speak. My question has to do with the number of small districts, school districts we have in Colorado that are not rural. They're not small because they're all out by themselves and there's no other people around. They're located close to other districts. And when we were having to do hard work in closing schools, and we had to talk about the problems with having schools that are too small to sustain themselves and having to be subsidized so much, and that we were therefore not serving all students equally and not giving them all equal resources, I felt like we made some hard decisions there to close schools. And I wonder if there's any discussion about the fact that we have so many small districts. I did look in the RFP for the adequacy study, and that's one of the areas they're talking about, location and size and so forth. Because I also saw in the changes in this bill, small districts, the number that qualifies as a small district goes up and down, whether it's 500,000, 6,000, whatever. For their calculations. But anyway, do you know if anyone addressed the number of school districts we have in Colorado?
That has not come up in the discussions with regards to 1448. It is a periodic discussion. A lot of times people will look at the number. There's, I think, 110 or so districts that are considered small rural, those that have under 1,000 students. And then there's another 40 or 50 districts that are between 1,000 and 6,500, and those are just the small districts, or no, just the rural districts. And then you have districts, as you mentioned, Englewood, Sheridan, Cheyenne Mountain, and Colorado Springs. I mean, there's lots of districts that are smaller that are in larger metro areas. There has been no discussion about any incentive provided to try and get those districts to consolidate. It is tough with so many districts. I mean, in probably almost every other state, the districts pay a consistent mill rate to total program. In Colorado, where a lot of districts are moving to 27, and a lot of districts like Jeffco are at 27, but it would be tough to try and get districts to consolidate if they didn't have the same mill rates and they have different overrides and things like that. But there has been no consistent discussion on consolidation, even whether among urban districts or more rural districts. One other point, and I know you want to get to any questions, which I'm happy to do. I think in fairness, I ought to say to those people who voted for the bill, according to the most recent fiscal note, Jeffco would get an additional $4.3 million in the first year, and that's on top of inflation. I think it's a fair question to say, which I said to a number of legislators, is that our fair share, for lack of a better term? And some people, I got one response saying, well, that's all new money to you, so you don't have a fair share. Well, if that money is coming out of the state education fund for K-12 education, Jeffco is roughly 9% of the students. We're over 9% of the property taxes that are paid. We're probably well over 9% of the income taxes that are paid. I think you could draw a line somewhere to say there's some expectation that the students in Jefferson County are worth something. But that amount of money, again, a year from now, I'll be coming to you and saying Jeffco has received funding for inflation. plus $4.258 million to implement this new School Finance Act.
Thank you. Board members, other questions or comments?
I just wanted to note we didn't have a chance to talk about this at a study session and our positions on it. So I just wanted to note I don't oppose this bill. I find it to have more benefits than negatives, especially the reweighting of student factors. I just think Colorado it's so over time for us to be doing that kind of work for our students across the state. And I know that means that Jeffco maybe doesn't get as much as others, but we also then don't have as many students who have those kinds of risk factors. So I think this speaks to the needs of kids. And I think that having legislators who are putting kids first is something that I'd like to support. So we just didn't have a chance to go through that. I understand the district's position is opposed, but we just hadn't had a chance to speak publicly. So I am glad to see this bill moving forward.
The final thing, and I can talk about bills, I haven't been as focused on those the last few weeks, but the final thing I wanted to talk about, on day 113, we still don't have the comprehensive property tax bill introduced. There is a measure that has been certified for the ballot. There are many other property tax measures that have been approved for signature. So it will be a game of who blinks first, I guess, as to whether something happens. There's a property tax commission that's looking at possible changes for next year. I think the good news is almost everybody on the commission, especially the state members, and Representative Degree Kennedy from Jefferson County is one of the leaders on this commission, they all agree that any property tax changes should exclude schools. So that if there are changes in the assessment rates for residential or non-residential, or value exemptions that are provided, that they don't come in and take money away from schools and create a large backfill for schools. And that is really good to hear. There'll be a lot more about property taxes in the next 7 days and then over the summer.
Can I jump in for 1 second? I just want to ask about some next steps with the bill so the board is aware of like what happens next. And then I do just want to highlight for the board this mill levy override issue. I find it hard for us to talk, and we increased our at-risk student factor in our SBB, right? And I believe in that work, and I do believe in student factors, which is part of the reason that we were engaging for so long with the bill's sponsors to discuss and dialogue about some thoughts I had. I want to highlight the mill levy override piece because I think if we really want to talk about equity in public education funding, we have to talk about mill levy overrides and the big disparities between districts, many of whom serve many children who live in at-risk circumstances, Adams 14, for example, who will benefit somewhat from this bill, but they're next door to a district, Mapleton, for example, with a similar population, and they have tens of millions of dollars in difference in their mill levy override. And so I am struggling mightily with the fact that this bill does not only doesn't acknowledge that, but exacerbates the opportunity for that inequity to become larger in communities that are wealthy and have a voter base that's willing to increase their cap. I mean, the range, when you look on the CDE website, the range of mill levy override funds coming into districts, and of course they're all different sizes, it ranges from $0 to over $200 million in Denver. And so that's a big challenge that the state needs to talk about. And I do think it's a mistake for us to talk about and shift a 30-year plus piece of legislation and only talk about one portion of what's broken. So I just wanted to make sure to emphasize that that's important to me. I also would just ask for the board to know, like, what are the next steps with this bill, and for them to have a conversation about what they want to do about that, because it will be shifting and moving over the next week, it sounds like.
Yes. So the bill will be introduced in the Senate either later tonight or tomorrow and assigned to a committee. And then the committee would meet Friday or maybe Saturday in all likelihood for its public hearing where testimony will be taken. If it is in the Education Committee, it would then go to the Appropriations Committee, but there's no testimony in a second committee. If it is assigned directly to the Appropriations Committee, they would take testimony. So that would be the opportunity if the board did want to express itself to the appropriate committee. And at this point, I've communicated our current position to all members of the Jeffco delegation as well as the sponsors.
I just thought of another question. As far as the special ed funding is concerned, and I think it's 25% was put on the, and I had this question before, and I did talk with Mr. Polero a little bit about it. I just think there's such a discrepancy between somebody who's just on an IEP, they've got dyslexia, like my daughter did. She doesn't require massive extra services and resources versus the kids we have at Fletcher Miller. And when I spoke to Mr. Polero, he said that every year they apply for some extra funding for Fletcher Miller, but the small rural schools again, and I understand it, if you've got just one child with severe needs, it can use up all of your resources there. And I don't see that kind of discrepancy is considered in this bill.
I know a little bit about special education, and from what I understand about this bill, all of special ed right now, from the state's perspective, is funded through a categorical program, so outside of the School Finance Act. The districts then, of course, have very large costs that they add to what they receive through the categorical program. House Bill 1448 will add special education as a new student factor. So that money will come to Jeffco just as part of the total program. I don't know that there are specific requirements for how that money is spent in the new bill, and it won't become part of the base special education program the way the categorical funding has to increase by inflation each year per Amendment 22. 23? Anyway, but I understand your point about there's a wide range of students who qualify for special education. I think more than anything, this is just an expression and some funding to recognize that there are costs with different students.
Oh, I just want to highlight this, Mary. I just think it's an important point. I do believe that we likely, on average, I'm going to look at Brenna because I think she's educated me about this a little bit. On average, we are spending double to educate our special education students. Now, some of our special education students are receiving less services and less than double, but when you take the range that you're talking about, we do spend double to educate those students. And honestly, we could all sit here and say we wish we had double for every student we serve. And so I do appreciate the special education factor, and I think it's something that as things move forward, we need to advocate for strongly as Jeffco. And I think it's a good move. It will still be underfunded, even with a factor added in for the current factor in this bill.
And thank you. I would also be interested to know, are there any plans to address the categoricals? Because what I'm hearing you saying is they were not part of this bill.
That is correct. They're not part of this bill, but they are required, and this is not subject to legislative change, not subject to a negative factor. The categorical programs, of which special ed is roughly 75%, you've got transportation, some others, gifted and talented, they are required to increase by inflation every year.
Just inflation now.
Just inflation. Now, the last few years, they've done a lot more than inflation, but going forward, my guess is it would just be inflation.
And that's why I'm wondering if the adequacy study is going to cover any of that. I haven't read the RFP that in great detail, but because of what I'm learning about special ed services, and especially in those small districts, I mean, sometimes they have to send a student out of the district. I heard of one sending them to Texas. So, that's an area that I think needs to be looked at, and I am frustrated if this study is going to cover things like that, then that's why I want to wait.
So I will let the board president and the superintendent know as soon as the bill is assigned to committee, and then as soon as I hear about a testimony date. Certainly, there could be testimony from Jeffco to the committee about the concerns with 1448.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
And I think maybe we could take our break now for 15 minutes. A board 15. It's like the senatorial 5 they have. Okay, we'll be back. Okay, we are back, and our next agenda item is reserved for the board to study its second monitoring report of the evening. Board N 2.2, district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefits of students. The presentation on monitoring report 2.2 focuses on how the district prioritizes family engagement and community partnerships required to improve student outcomes. As was the case with the previous monitoring report presented to us, Board N 2.2 monitoring report was presented to us in October 2023. As we adjust to a new annual schedule where this report is presented in the spring, staff are providing updates on the following topics: Family Response Service Team Year 1 Implementation Analysis, and Translation and Interpretation Accessibility for Families. Before I turn this over to Ms. Pena, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to thank Tara for her work as our Chief of Family and Community Partnerships. This was a division that did not exist as of 2 years ago. Tara has come in and pulled together, I think, parts of our organization that were disparate and needed to be connected, and now they are. Excited for her to share about the progress we've made in this space through this monitoring report. So thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Superintendent Darlin. Good evening, board. It is so nice to see you all this evening again, and happy May. It's May 1st, like seeing it up there, it's like, oh my goodness, it's real, it's May. So I look forward to spending time with you this evening presenting updates on Board Ends 2.2. As President Parker shared, it's been almost 1 calendar year since I first reported Monitoring Report 2.2. The information and data shared in this report for this evening is current for the 23-24 school year. So our overview for this evening will include what you see here: Board Ends and Interpretation, Jeffco Thrives Connection, Context, Data, and our Compliance Statement. But really, before we jump into the presentation, I want to first share how grateful I am to work in a district that values and prioritizes family engagement and community partnership. Thank you to Superintendent Darlin for your vision, and to you, our board, for your direction and commitment to this important work. Thank you. So Board Ends 2.2 reads, district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefits of students. We interpret this to mean the district will prioritize family engagement and community partnerships required to improve student outcomes. Board Ends 2.2 will be measured by the following. So the first 4 bullets, this data was reported in the June 2023 report and has been updated with data for this school year. In addition to the above 4 bullets, the Family Response Service Team Year 1 Implementation Analysis and Translation and Interpretation Accessibility for Families are both new data measures being reported for the first time. So within our strategic plan, Jeffco Thrives, we've outlined specific actions we're taking to make sure our students, families, and school communities have what they need to thrive. This means we're taking action to foster respectful and trusting relationships with our families and community partners, and we're creating and making accessible new programming and supports to ensure student success. So Jeffco is honored to serve a diverse community of students and families, and we hold the belief that the education of each of our students is a shared responsibility. We believe in the value of family engagement and community partnerships in our schools and in our district. Such partnerships help to ensure the unique needs of our school communities are served through a positive collaboration between families, school leaders, and staff, and members of our broader community. When families, schools, and communities work together, students are more successful and the entire community benefits. So in the report, I was delighted to report out quite a few bright spots that really came, were elevated within this report. So in particular, we saw favorable trends in every category assessed on the Family Relationship Survey. But many of the other bright spots that are within the report are in the form of new programming, supports, or resources for our families as we continue to find ways to leverage family engagement and community partnership in support of student success. So the bright spots include favorable trends on the Family Relationship Survey, implementation of the Partners in Education platform, the successful launch of the Family Response Service Team, rollout of over-the-phone interpretation, or OPI, and wraparound services for newcomer families. So for this evening, I'm going to highlight just a few of these. Similar to the presentation that you heard earlier on 3.1, 3.3, I also just want to elevate a few areas for additional consideration. So while there are many bright spots, there's always areas and opportunities for continuous improvement. So in our analysis of our data for this report, 2 areas stood out to us. While our families report high favorability for their children feeling safe at school, what I'm going to show you here in our next slide is that we're still below the national percentile. School safety is just below the 40th percentile compared to national norms. And looking closely at the data, families continue to report lower favorability when it comes to their worries about violence at their child's school. As you read in 3.1, 3.3, which was reported on earlier this evening, a Safe and Welcoming Environment Subcommittee will commence in the fall of 2024 to continue the work started by the Alliance this winter. The areas of focus for the subcommittee will include physical safety, belonging and well-being, and climate and culture. And the subcommittee will help inform our work regarding school safety, as safety is always a top priority. Another area for additional consideration is continuing to find ways to increase the participation and diversity of our survey respondents. We'll talk about that a little bit later when we highlight our areas for focused acceleration. All right, so let's dig in. The district successfully completed the 2nd annual district-wide stakeholder survey administration via the Panorama Education online platform. For the Family School Relationships Survey, we had 11,552 families complete the survey. This was an increase that we saw from last year. Family perception surveys are a valuable tool to gather actionable insights to strengthen relationships with families and drive continuous improvement efforts within schools and across the district. For 24 years, the district has administered a family and school relationship survey to help us understand the Jeffco family experience. In 2023, the district moved this survey to a platform called Panorama Education, which allows us to compare our results to national trends. In the survey results this year, as you can see in the table, we see increases in favorable trends across the 4 categories that were assessed: school safety, school climate, school fit, and Jeffco strategic plan, with school safety being the highest favorable category. Within the school safety category, it is noteworthy to report that 85% of our families report their child feeling safe at school. I believe this is a testament to the dedicated work of our schools in partnership with the Jeffco Safety and Security team. And as reported in the previous slide, we also see school safety as as I reported, we see school safety as the highest topic of favorability in our secondary students as well. So earlier this evening, we had talked about 3.1 and 3.3 for student voice and our student engagement survey. For our secondary students, school safety was also our highest area of favorability. So we are seeing some trend data and reporting in that category for both our students and our families. It's just important to note. Also, so as a quick reminder, the dots in the middle represent how Jeffco compares nationally to other districts. And as you can see, our family feedback is reporting lower favorability, excuse me, than the national benchmark in the school safety topic. Well, this is our highest area of favorability in this construct. When we look at how we are rated according to that national benchmark, this is an area in which we are at the 40th percentile. And so thinking about our engagement with that Safe and Welcoming Subcommittee, school safety will always be an area of priority and of continuous improvement. So valuing diverse perspectives is also a priority in Jeffco. And this year, we aimed to increase the diversity of respondents taking the survey to be more representative of the families and communities we serve. To this end, we promoted the survey on multiple platforms, in a variety of settings, and in multiple languages to ensure our wider reach to families. We also wanted to ensure multilingual families have the opportunity to take the survey in their native or preferred language, as well as provide families access to the survey on paper in addition to online. We believe these efforts will prove valuable over time as we work to increase diverse participation and representation on the survey. Later this month, the community will also be hearing from me once again as I will share out our survey results and some intentional next steps to address the feedback. We believe closing the communication loop with our families is important to fostering trust and transparency while sharing how their feedback will be used to inform our work and decision making in the future. This is something, so we had the opportunity to unpack and look more closely at belonging as it sits within our major improvement strategy within the District Unified Improvement Plan. And a piece of feedback that we heard from our District Accountability Committee at that time was, we take these surveys and it's really important, and we're grateful that you are elevating our voice and taking the time to listen. A helpful next step would be letting us know what you intend to do with the feedback that you gather. And so that was a really meaningful piece of feedback from our DAC constituents, something that we had been exploring, but something that we're actually going to cement and move forward with. And so we also believe that that will help increase participation from our families moving forward. Like, oh my goodness, here's the survey, here's what they did with it, and I know I was heard, and I'm going to take it again next year. So we believe that that's going to be a really valuable strategy moving forward. So our Partners in Education platform. So our community partner, our Partners in Education platform will be a community partner and volunteer management system. Jeffco is fortunate to have an engaged group of families and community partners who volunteer and or provide their time, talent, and resources to our students every day. So in my monitoring report last June, I shared the need for our district to find an effective way to better track and measure the impact of our volunteers and community partnership in Jeffco. So last year, that was reported as an area for focused acceleration, and I'm excited to report that this work is now on track. And I want to publicly thank my colleagues from IT, legal, human resources, safety and security, and workforce readiness for the collaboration on this venture. Their teamwork has been vital in the success of this project and its future implementation. So again, the Partners in Education platform will be a community partner and volunteer management system that will allow schools and district departments to post volunteer opportunities and connect with community partners in a safe and secure way. The system allows community partners and volunteers to more seamlessly connect their time and talents to the communities where they want to serve. The system's data dashboard will provide communication tools to effectively engage with volunteers and our partners. The dashboard will also measure and more precisely report to you, our board, and to Jeffco leaders, both the system-wide impact of volunteers and the landscape and impact of partnership across Jeffco. Partners in Education has the capacity to track 10,000 volunteers and 1,000 community partners. It's fully customizable and integrates into the new Jeffco website for a seamless experience. And I can't wait to come back next year and report on its impact. The Family Response Service Team in support of student outcomes. So in its startup year, the first team is showing promising results as an effective strategy to build trust and stronger relationships between families, our schools, and the district. So thank you to you, our board, for your tremendous support of the first team this year. Your engagement with them has helped bring visibility and accessibility to the important work they lead on behalf of families. So as you read in the report, FIRST uses the Jeffco Help ticketing system to intake and track calls, emails, and interactions with families and community members as the team works to resolve family and community needs at the level closest to the concern whenever possible. As of April 15th of this year, the team has responded to 1,317 help tickets. These help tickets and calls or emails have ranged from things regarding the kinds of pesticides we use on our lawn, concerns about bullying at a particular school, the need for support accessing community and our government resources, assistance with school enrollment, or support navigating the IEP process, really just to name a few. The needs from families in the community have been wide in range and in varying degrees of escalation, but regardless of the type of call or ticket, I can tell you that the FIRST team has been respectful, responsive, and solutions-oriented in every interaction that they've had with our families this year. I am confident that the Family Response Service Team will continue to have impact for years to come. On the table that you see here is the calls broken down by type. One area of improvement for the team for next year is to make certain that we have maybe some subcategories within. As you see, for example, school culture is the largest area tracked. School culture is really all encompassing. What you saw within your report, we really did break that down. It could be a parking lot issue. It could be something around welcoming environments. It could be communication. So it really does, it is a catch-all. We are paying attention to how some of these pieces of the pie are broken down. And I think that we can continue to refine how we're tracking this data to improve and support practice over time. So over the phone interpretation. So recognizing and respecting diverse linguistic and cultural backgrounds of our students and families fosters a positive school climate and promotes a sense of belonging for all stakeholders. Translation and interpretation services help to bridge cultural differences and build trust between the school community and our families, ultimately strengthening the partnership between home and school. One thing that's not on the slide here, but that I do want to highlight, that we've had over 3,344 requests for just interpretation this school year as of April 15th. When you think about, a team of 9, that is, a tremendous, tremendous lift, and grateful that our schools and our community are continuing to prioritize and make certain that this service is accessible to our families whenever we host events, meetings, or engagement, that more and more, I believe that there's an increased demand for translation and interpretation. And I think that that really leans into our value of belonging, and believe that that's going to have tremendous payoff in our partnership, in our relationship with our families. So this February, we rolled out a new over-the-phone interpretation tool through the vendor language line on demand. So over-the-phone interpretation offers a convenient and cost-effective and efficient solution for ensuring language access for Jeffco families. So the resource makes it possible to facilitate communication, engagement, and collaboration between schools and families with limited English proficiency. So every Jeffco school and department has a unique school or department code. So schools and departments have part of their ID, and it has their unique department or school code with the information that they need to make that call right there on the spot. So with this information, schools or departments can access an over-the-phone interpreter in over 140 languages in a matter of seconds. We have heard very positive feedback about the resource and promise it has in ensuring our families have important information in their native or preferred language while building trust and strengthening relationships at the same time. So we will continue to promote and train on the resource to ensure maximum impact. So areas for on track. So as reported in the compliance statement within Monitoring Report 2.2, the following measures are on track for the 23-24 school year. The annual district-wide stakeholder survey feedback, the Family Response Service Team in support of student outcomes, community engagement to build a culture of trust and belonging, enhancing the value and effectiveness of school accountability committees, or SACs, tracking and quantifying the impact of community partnership and volunteerism for students, families, schools, and the district, translation and interpretation services in support of student outcomes, and wraparound services for our newcomer families. So our work for focused acceleration will include continue work to diversify survey participation and increase response rates in the surveys that we administer, particularly for this report as it relates to our families. But of course, this is a focused acceleration across all of the surveys that we administer. We also administered, as you saw in the report, a survey to our SACs. And so we also have a commitment to wanting to increase diverse participation and engagement on that survey as well. In addition, we also want to increase regular and diverse attendance and participation on both DAC and our SACs to ensure that those accountability committees are reflective of the communities that they represent and serve. Another area for focused acceleration is to continue to improve perceptions aligned with school climate and school fit, as our families are currently reporting. I believe that those are some areas that we really need to and should be digging into to ensure that we're seeing favorable trends. So not only is student voice a value, family voice is equally as important. We all know the research on family engagement, and really in the shared shared power space and that shared decision-making space. And so not only will we be leading focus groups to better understand the student lived experience, but we will be doing the same thing and continue to be doing the same thing for our Jeffco families as well. And then finally, for Focus Acceleration, in complement to the community partner and volunteer tracking platform that I shared earlier, a visitor management solution is the next layer of that we are also looking at more closely. All right, questions?
Board members, questions? Dr. Reed?
So the little dots off to the side tell us where we stand nationally, and I'm looking at slide 10 in school safety. 74% looks really good, but it puts us low nationally. I am curious, can we see where we are in the state as opposed to the nation?
Oh, that's a great question.
The reason I ask that is that in my experience, the closer people are to a situation that's not safe, the more they believe it can happen to them. And the further people are, the more they have their little bad things don't happen to me bubble. And in Colorado, that bubble has been burst so many times that I just wonder if in Colorado we don't rank as highly in general, because in Colorado we've just had so many gun incidents. So I'm just curious.
Because Panorama is a choice that people make, we don't have the consistency that every district does it. And so what we did last time when we first did Panorama, given that we were switching over from a district assessment, we had Panorama use our demographics and found characteristics that we would be able to compare against like districts. And they gave us about 10 districts that were like us, and then gave us their sort of overall district averages so that we had some idea of, are we falling in a range we should be falling in? We still have the capability of looking at that, and that's what we're doing. But this is overall nationally how we're looking. We just want to know, how do we look against other districts that are more similar to us in terms of demographics and characteristics and size and all the other things.
But proximity to mass gun violence is probably not.
No, and that would be a really good question to figure that out, to see if there's anything like within a concentric circles of that. We could certainly, I'm sure we could make somebody's PhD happen on that kind of study.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no kidding. Excellent question, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for this. I'm really fascinated by the volunteer management system. And so just a quick question. Does that capture every volunteer down to like Friday folder stuffing and parents in classrooms?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
If done well, yes. And so it's going to require a strong partnership with our school leaders to make certain that they are pointing our volunteers in the direction of the platform so that they can get enrolled. They can do their kind of the application process, which would include a background check, and that we would be able to track their hours, but also be able to communicate with our volunteers and send reminders, or just be able to communicate. It's going to allow us to do that. And so we're working with our school leaders right now on a phased approach to make sure that we understand all the loose in tights of what the platform can do. But absolutely, it would be, I'm here for a Friday folder. I'm here to do watchdog dads. I'm here to be the room mom for all the parties this year. I'm here to read to kids. I'm here to help with crosswalk duty. Kind of few and far between, everything in that kind of category.
So I know that at most elementary schools, this might be district policy. In order to volunteer, we have to do the background check.
Mm-hmm.
And so would we be working with the schools such that maybe the background check for the school counts towards this?
So whatever background check the school is currently doing would be replaced by the Partners in Education platform. So we have one streamlined process. Our executive director of safety and security, Jeff Pearson, has been an active partner in this. And so they also want to make sure that their teams can have access to the dashboard and see also who's coming in and out of our buildings from a volunteer perspective, with the visitor management being that next layer.
I would also just add, while we've adopted officially, I think, this platform, we have not rolled it out. And we are currently discussing what is the best rollout plan and seriously considering a phased in approach, because we've talked also at the board table about change and the amount of change all at once. And so Tara's working right now with some principals and how much does this change what you're doing? How big of an issue is this for you? How much of a change, so that we can create a thoughtful implementation plan. So principals may not know about it.
Absolutely. We have a small number of principals. They'll hear about it next week at level meetings, or 2 weeks at level meetings. And then we do have some community superintendents that have already raised their hand to say, we'd love to be the trailblazers for this, to help give some feedback.
I would really encourage consideration to working with the schools, especially at the elementary level, the PTOs and PTAs. Those are your lead volunteers. Those are the ones that can take that load off of the principal, who already have a ton of stuff to do. And so I would just, if you have principals that have strong versions there, that could be a great way, because they can do a lot of the reach out to the parents. They're already in that communication mode.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, for the first data, which has been so helpful, and we've used it in our town hall meetings and really appreciate it, is it available to principals, to SACs, to who else gets to see that data?
Yep. So right now, the information that is shared with the board, that is similar to how you saw it disaggregated by the types of concerns, right now is only currently shared with the board and with our community superintendents, so that they have that line of sight. Have been having conversations with Lisa Relu, our chief of staff, about how might we create some sort of report or some regular communication that would just inform what are the regular trends and concerns that we're seeing. We do, if there's a hot spot in a certain community, or we're just noticing a trend around a particular topic, we make certain to inform those appropriate stakeholders to say, hey, just want to make you aware of this incident or this issue is popping up. We're having some, concerns navigating enrollment at said elementary school. What type of support can we bring in from the district, from our enrollment team, to make sure the school feels equipped to be able to address that? Really using the data as a flashlight and not as a hammer. Rolling out the Family Response Service team has been really exciting and innovative. And to be frank, in the beginning, there was a little scratchiness of oh my goodness, my parents are upset with me, or the community member has a concern. Does that mean I'm doing something wrong? Am I not doing a good job? And never was the intent. And so I think really through the tremendous relationship building that the first team has engaged in, much of that has subsided. And it can feel a little uncomfortable to say, oh my gosh, I'm in said articulation area and that's had the largest number of calls, and people can draw all kinds of conclusions into that. And so we're just trying to be thoughtful about what the report out of that data might look like, so that it really informs and doesn't create any there's not any unintended consequences by sharing that data. So we're really thinking about thoughtfully what kind of the ongoing share out of that might be to a broader audience.
And I mean, as of tonight, it's public. It's in board docs in this monitoring report.
Yep.
And so, it's on the slides. And if you have stakeholders asking for it, you can point them to this presentation in board docs, which then is the monitoring. I think that's the benefit of the monitoring reports, right? It's about that transparency to the community, and they can use these materials as well to talk about what's happening at the district.
Yep. In the report, you see it's reported out by articulation area, also by type of concern, and then some of those concerns have been disaggregated, the total number of tickets, the number of tickets per month. And so really data has been a tremendous strength in service of the success of this team throughout this year, and practice will continue.
And I would just say publicly, we want families to call the first team. And so if there's a number of calls that are higher in one part of our district than another part of the district, we don't look at that as a negative. We want the first team to be there supporting people. And to me, that's evidence that that articulation area is actually leveraging and using the resource that the district is providing to make sure we're building bridges with our families when we need to. So I just, to your point, Tara, I don't want people to feel like if they've got a lot of calls from a particular area, there are problems in that area. I actually see the use of the first team as a real positive as we work to make sure our families get what they need in a very large system that can sometimes be complicated for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the other question I have is the board's end is district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefit of students. And I think what I'm seeing tonight is a lot of resources and things that the district is doing for the benefit of students, like the first team. So it's resources that we are providing to the community. I'm wondering about things that our community partners like JCMH or Mountain Mamas, Be Smart, Every Town, whatever, if those community resources that are around that we have partnered with in any way, if we can keep track of that, and that will, highlight the robust services we have in Jeffco.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that you pointed that out. So in both of the monitoring reports this evening, 3.1, 3.3, as well as 2.2 for this evening, there is a strong emphasis on community partnership. And so if you, in the monitoring report in June of 2023, there was a intentional call out and spotlight on some of our most invested time resources of our community partners through the MOU process, which is how we currently track those formal community partnerships. Some of those community partners are elevated in monitoring report 3.1, 3.3, and in kind of that year's previous. I did not include those intentionally because of the fact that with the rollout of the Partners in Education, not only will we be asking our volunteers to complete a platform and an account and a profile so that we can track the impact of volunteering in Jeffco, we're going to ask our community partners to do the same thing. So when we come back a year from now, the intent would be, we used to have 43 MOUs, here all who they were. Now we are tracking them, their time, their efforts, their impact in the Partners in Education platform. And here they are, and let me show you how this translates into, time and money in support of student outcomes. And so because of the lack of like a more effective way to track community partnership, we've used that MOU process, and that is elevated in here, but excited for the Platforms in Education to do it in a more sophisticated and efficient way.
Yeah, and the current list of the MOUs, which is how we're currently tracking until we implement PI, is in the appendix. So you could see all of those. I think we highlight a few, like Children's Hospital and Jefferson Center, or the
Lab
Action
Foundation,
Center.
the Action Center, yes.
But the full list is in the appendix, and hopefully next year we'll have this tool to be able to track and monitor that in a more efficient and effective way.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Happy May. Happy graduation season.
All right, so now we are moving on. Our next agenda item is reserved for the board to receive and discuss an instructional resource recommendation to add TWIG K-8 and SAVAS Experience Chemistry, Physics, and Biology to the district's catalog of approved resources for core science learning instruction. In October 2023, a request for proposal or RFP process was initiated based on recommendation from secondary science teacher listening sessions and CMAS science achievement assessment data. Following a period of review by several committees and an opportunity for public comment, District staff are recommending TWIG for kindergarten through 8th grade and Savas Experience Chemistry, Physics, and Biology at the high school level for board consideration. Before I turn this over to Ms. Nicothodis, Chief Academic Officer, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I'm very excited for you to receive this update and just excited. We've had so many conversations about curriculum and resources for teachers, whether it's about that just right amount of work for our students and rigor, or consistency from classroom to classroom, or just taking some of the load off of our teachers and figuring out every day what to teach so they can really focus on how to teach. So excited for a new friend also to join our table. I'll hand it over to Ms. Nicothodis, and she'll get us kicked off. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, President Parker and Superintendent Dorland. I'm Renee Nicothodis, our Chief Academic Officer. Really happy to be back talking about curriculum with you, and excited to introduce a relatively new, it doesn't feel new, but a relatively new member to our Jeffco team within curriculum instruction. This is Beth Crapois. She's our Director of Math and Science. And I could go on and brag about the tremendous work she's been doing leading the math implementation within our district this year. And she has now taken on science. And so excited to share an update with you about where we're at with our science curricular resources. Okay, as you know, one of the key components of our strategic initiatives within Priority 1 for Our Learners, Our Future is to ensure that our teachers have access to the highest quality instructional materials. And we have been working through our curriculum adoption cycle as we've updated standards at the state level and gone through different processes over the last few years. As you know, we've done work around ELA and elementary literacy, of course, K-12 math, and tonight looking at social studies. And you'll see the timeline that I've highlighted here. The next standards review that we expect for CDE to begin will be in probably 28, 29 is what we're thinking. We are looking at action requested for you this evening in school year 23-24 to provide new updated resources aligned to the current science standards. And then we'll be looking forward to implementing those resources beginning next year. So again, our purpose here is to, one, request approval for 2 science curricular materials, TWIG, K-8, and Savas Experience, Chemistry, Physics, and Biology, to add those to our approved list of resources for core instruction in Jeffco, and then to also authorize our Director of Purchasing to enter into a contract with the vendors to purchase these materials for our 6th grade teachers and our chemistry teachers next year. So just to give you a quick overview of the timeline, it has been a year-long process that they've been working through all of this. Each implementation that we do, we learn more and more, and I've spoken to you about my value around teacher engagement and teacher input and voice in these protocols and processes that we lead to get these resources into schools. So this team has done a really nice job this year, our science team, gathering feedback from a variety of stakeholders, many teachers involved in the process to not only select the materials that we're presenting to you this evening, but also to engage with Beth's leadership in a development of a math vision for instruction as well as a science vision for instruction. So we've had high numbers of our teachers participating in this and not only looking at materials, but also crafting a vision for instruction that we can anchor to moving forward. You can see on this timeline, those conversations started this September and have continued to now. Okay, did wanted to share a little bit of data that we believe provides more context around the why that we want to make sure we have the high quality instructional materials in the hands of our teachers. This is data that you can see from several different surrounding school districts for 5th, 8th grade, and 11th grade science. And you can see Jeffco on the far right. We've highlighted Littleton there, leaning in just a little bit more about what they're doing. They currently are using and have adopted a few years ago TWIG K5, which is, we're looking at the K8 version for that, but they've been using the K5 TWIG in their schools and as well as McGraw-Hill in their high schools, I believe. But you can see they're starting to see some nice gains from the work that they're doing. Okay,
Great. Thanks, Renee. Good evening, board and Superintendent Dorland. Thanks for having me. So based on the data and the higher expectations for science education in the state, we began collecting some empathy data from our teachers at the beginning of the year. Our team visited secondary schools and interviewed teachers to hear what they needed to improve teaching and learning in science and also observe science lessons. On January 3rd, 45 science teachers came together to set a vision around the consistency they want to see in science classrooms across the district. And here are some highlights from that session. The teachers named they want some vertical alignment of standards across grade levels. They want access to engaging lessons, so students are actively participating as scientists and engineers in their learning. They want access to lab materials, and they want to be able to promote academic language, communication, and collaboration to develop those 21st century skills. They want to better use data to inform instruction and to have access to common assessments so that they're able to monitor and respond to the needs of their learners. And use of high quality instructional materials will help support all of these goals. Here are some quotes from teachers that we heard during those sessions and from a survey that we gave to our secondary science instructional leaders. I have had to gather all materials that I've needed this year. I have ordered science glassware, goggles, and other materials for my room. Getting materials has been a struggle. A textbook or scope and sequence would be helpful. This way we know what NGSS should be covered and which are saved for other classes. I want to see more high quality materials aligned with standards, especially labs, more about student thinking, processing, dialogue, and routines at grade level. We are grappling with how to maintain rigor in our science courses while making the content accessible to all students. So these really resonated across teachers who we met with. And this graphic kind of shows the process that we're going to go a little bit more detail with the stakeholder groups that were part of the committees.
Okay, so we had several different committees that work for curriculum selection. The first is a resource review committee, and the primary work of this committee is to ensure that the resources are challenging but also accessible to students, that they are accessible also usable in our schools. So the resource review committee looks at supports for multilingual learners. They look for differentiation opportunities to make sure that access and challenge is provided for our different student groups. These are the committee members that represented on the resource review committee. You can see across our schools. We had some elementary teachers participating also on the other committee, but this really is the beginning of a secondary implementation with 6th grade in chemistry. Our elementary teachers have been working really hard for the past several years to implement new literacy materials as well as math materials, and we're continuing into that 3rd cohort for math next year. And so we don't want to start this implementation at the elementary level, that we're really focused on secondary as we begin. The content review committee looks at the resource from the lens of rigor and does it align to standards? Is it aligned to our curriculum in Jeffco? You will hear Beth speak in a few minutes about some of the things that's aligned to other initiatives within our district setting that make this a really exciting opportunity. And these are the folks that served on our content review committee and the schools that they represented. We also had a community member participating. You see we had a nice representation across all of our schools on these committees. Okay.
All right. So with the resource and content review committees, there was a lot of excitement around TWIG K-8. We were at 100% recommend or highly recommend, with almost 70% highly recommending this resource from committee members. And similar for middle school, almost 60% highly recommend and 35% recommend, which is just incredible excitement around the resource with its usability and also just the engagement that it will provide students, teachers, and committee members are really excited. We had one public comment from a parent that didn't recommend another resource but did not comment on TWIG. And just want to share some of the reviewer comments around TWIG Science. Students would be very excited and eager to take on these concepts, and the concepts would allow for accessibility. For example, the movie Magic, physics, is highly accessible for students to use, to relate to, and follow for different learning styles. Concepts were clearly established and scaffolded well to support the challenging activities and assignments, many different ways to access the content. Students will be engaged with the unit phenomenon, and the content matches the standards in a developmentally appropriate ways to allow students to think critically and solve problems. Unit titles are intriguing and would prompt curiosity in students. Students are able to listen to the prompts and lessons, and the student journal is supportive of different student skill levels. Looking at our high school curriculum resource that was highly recommended by both committees, Experience Chemistry, Experience Physics, and Experience Biology was among our content and resource review, 100% recommend or highly recommend, with almost 70% highly recommend. Oh, sorry, on the wrong thing. Okay, sorry. Highly recommend and recommend from the content and resource review committees. In the public comment, we had opportunities for teachers and community members and families to come up and look at all the resources that were available. There were 3 public comments from high school teachers, one that reviewed these resources specifically. One was really excited to implement. One mentioned that they wanted more practice problems, and the other provided feedback with a moderate rating for science identity, which is the opportunity for the curriculum to highlight contributions of scientists with racial and ethnic and gender identities. And so we know that's an area that we can supplement and bring in the resources, the floor, not the ceiling, with what we can provide. And I want to share some of the comments for this resource. The e-text is amazing, containing pictures and videos along with the readings. There is an option to read the entire text aloud or just a single vocabulary word. The virtual labs are beautifully made. They look like a real lab setup. Every topic gets tied back to the phenomenon. Most activities have a real-world application within them. In looking to make the switch to using phenomenon and storylines, this is one of the best resources I've seen. I see places where I can keep what I know works well with the kids in units, along with a better understanding of some concepts. Some of the new standards are not clear with what the knowledge expectations are, and this resource helps. There are a variety of assessments for different parts of a unit. All seem to be appropriate. There were even embedded exit tickets, which made me think this curriculum could be easy to do with unit and lesson internalization, which is another initiative that we've been focusing on this year. Here's kind of a summary of some of the features. So both of these resources have English and Spanish accessibility features. Both are phenomenon-based and have hands-on approaches. TWIG has a real-world STEM storylines, and students step into the role of different scientists where they get to role play. And we had a little bit of a chance to experience this a couple weeks ago. One of the facilitators came out and led a little training for us, and we got to do part of the lesson where we were interacting as if we were in an emergency room and doing intake, asking questions to a patient to try to figure out what's wrong with them. Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, it was fun. And TWIG also has engineering challenges, which will be great for our middle schools that have trying to develop those STEM pathways. Another unique feature about the experience chemistry, physics, and biology is that chemistry and physics integrate earth science standards, which will be a really great feature with high school reimagined, because students will be able to get 3 years of science course standards in 2 years of course. So that's really exciting. And it also adds more relevance into the content, which is very different from the way I learned chemistry, where it was just like formula, balance those equations, where this is making more real world connections to the natural world. Okay. Here is our proposed implementation plan over 3 years. And this is subject to change based on educator and school leader feedback, along with research and evaluation after the 24-25 school year cohort. So we're starting with a small group, about half of our 6th grade teachers and 10 chemistry teachers. Next year, we would like to start with a small group so we can learn with them and do a great implementation the following years after that, expanding.
I do want to mention that Beth did bring copies of the materials if you're interested in touching some materials or taking a look at that. What questions do you have for us?
Board members, questions?
It's getting late. I understand. I had dinner.
So for science labs, does the curriculum come with materials and resources? One of the comments that you shared said that this teacher was trying to round up glassware and that sort of thing. So I'm wondering if the lessons are supported with the materials the teachers will need.
Yes, teachers will receive module kits and equipment kits. So they'll have all the hands-on materials, and there are also digital simulations as well, but the hands-on was really important from the teachers we talked to of wanting to have those hands-on labs and experiences for kids.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
I had 2 quick questions. Excuse me. What did the asterisks indicate for the elementary grades K and 1 on the cohort 3? Yeah.
Yes, so that's where we're really going to want feedback as we are rolling out year 1 for 24-25, looking at our capacity for rolling out curriculum and elementary schools' capacity for taking on new content and how early literacy is performing. We would love to have K1 in cohort 3, but if elementary schools need a little more time, we could extend it out to a year 4.
Perfect. And then what's the plan with rollout starting next year to get those teachers ready and comfortable and trained up?
We had quite a bit of excitement with this first cohort, so we do have some interest with teachers who would like to participate in these groups. We will have professional learning in August for teachers and vendor training, and there'll be ongoing unit planning for teachers as they're going through the year. And we hope to create like a cohort experience so that chemistry teachers who might be singletons in one school can come together to do some of this learning and kind of build relationships in that first cohort.
I was just going to say thank you.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to add too, we have 2 science TOSAs that work for us centrally, one that focuses on elementary somewhat and one that focuses on secondary. And these teachers throughout the year have really taken the initiative to go out and meet with every science team across our secondary schools this year and talk to them about what they want and what the experience they want to have as a teacher and what they want their students to have. And they've just gone above and beyond to connect and build those relationships. And I think that's going to be really supportive as we roll this out, because they will be, along with the unit planning opportunities we'll provide throughout the year, be in schools side by side with these folks, modeling lessons, learning alongside them as they all learn to implement this new resource. So just proud of our team and the work that they do.
I'm curious how we are planning to pay for this. I know we have a lot of discussions around funding for our other curriculums, and I wondered if this one is even more expensive because of all it looks amazing and all of the kits and supplies that come with it. So I'm just curious what our plan is.
It's not, I don't think it's any more expensive than what we're looking at for other curriculum materials. And we do have a line item that's a recurring, ongoing line item for curriculum purchases within our budget, which that cycle for adoption is going to help us to get into that mode of being able to predict out when these costs are coming for different content areas on kind of a staggered schedule, so we can take that line item each year and apply it to what's coming that year or might need to be updated. So we do have ongoing funds within our department budget that we'll be using for it. So we won't need an increase in any kind of funding in order to do this. And that's also part of mapping it out over several years so that we can, slowly implement without increasing costs.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's not coming out of the school's budgets. It's coming out of the district.
It's coming out of our district budget. Yes, we're purchasing.
I want to jump in because I do think this is important and part of sustainability to what we start, and systematic implementation of these materials is going to require, I think, over time, a combination of district supported financially and organizationally, tactically, procedurally, materials purchases, as well as school-based. So as an example, this initial implementation is going to come out of the central budget for the schools that participate on any given year. I think Brené's going to build that in. And they'll get all the materials, they'll get everything they need, teachers' guides. On an annual basis, though, schools will need to refresh these kits, these materials. We are unlikely to fund that in the same way that we have supported some of our math and literacy consumables, partly because of funding. The school-based budget that we have built and send to our schools does contemplate that they are purchasing some materials, right? So we're having a conversation right now around several areas that may be less discretionary in our student-based budgets next year. So as an example, this year we made a late spring decision, late given the SBB timeline, to add assistant principals to schools with center-based programs. Next year, and we've told principals this, that is likely going to be an SBB non-discretionary investment. That if you have a center-based program that you support in your school, it's part of your school community, you will afford an assistant principal. And that doesn't mean we're not going to necessarily tweak the SBBs. We might, to be able to give them some additional funds to at least partly do that. I think we're still in this questionable space around like what is the central budget and what is the SBB budget. Another example might be that you need an X amount for consumables, and then the school can have some flexibility of which teachers need those consumables this year. We just invested with the ESSER funds. You heard earlier tonight Dr. Kim talk about art, music, and PE materials. We just did a refresh on that. It was millions of dollars. We do not have the capacity in the way that our budget is organized right now centrally to do that on a every 3-year cycle, especially when we have other things to buy like humanities, social studies, science. So there will be some over time that schools are going to need to invest their SBB dollars in refreshing PE equipment, refreshing science kits. On the science front, I will also just say this as somebody who's been part of a department that has managed science kits going all over the place and yonder to different schools. It's a disaster to do it centrally. Schools know what they used last year out of the owl pellet kit and what they didn't use and how much they need to buy and how much they don't need to invest. And so it's more efficient, I think more cost efficient, as well as just efficient time and organization wise for schools to order some of these things on their own. So that's a long way of saying we're figuring it out as we go. But if we aren't buying it directly, schools may have to and be required to refresh some of their things. And we are figuring out ways to make sure that it happens. So there's not a science teacher in one school who's getting everything that he or she needs and a science teacher across town who's not getting what he or she needs. And so there's structural pieces that we're going to have to be putting in place around SBB to make sure that we make good on our promise that teachers have high quality materials.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's like a lot and long-winded, but it is complicated because we have so many materials we buy teachers across all our different content areas.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Because down the road it will be. We are investing in all the materials initially, but like anything, things wear out. Computers need to be replaced. Balls and PE need to be replaced, and there will be a time when some of the materials may need to be refreshed or replaced. But we are, I think, very invested in helping schools understand what those replacement costs will be before they're required to be funded by the school, and helping them kind of plan that out for future, and they can schedule it within their budgets. But right now, and not for several years, will our schools need to invest in science materials.
And because we'll have a contract with these vendors, schools will get the lower price. We're locked into those contract prices for the lower price, that schools will be able to access those prices.
I know it's not related to this, but Superintendent Darwin just mentioned that our center programs might not have assistant principals next year. I just hope that's something the board can learn more about. I'm just really disappointed to hear. I know it's not has anything to do with this. I'm just saying.
I think
you may have misheard.
You said it would come out of their SBB budget, and this year I believe that the district supplemented that.
We did supplement that, and we are not yet. We told them that next year this will be a required non-discretionary purchase out of the SBB, but there's a lot of things that from special ed right now, for example, that come out of a district-wide budget that don't come out of a school budget. So we'll have to make decisions structurally whether there's some sort of like additional funding that a school gets if it has a center-based program that then allows them to sort of offset the cost of what an assistant principal might cost. And so as we move forward and work with student-based budgeting and think about this, the evolution of it to require some things, make other things flexible instead of just everything's flexible no matter what, we're going to have to also reset some of the load or what we give to schools. And so, but schools know that when we made the decision on the assistant principals, we've told them that.
I'm going to ask one more question. I'm sorry. In looking at these, I see these lovely little bubbles where it's like interactive online quiz worksheet, interactive worksheet. Is that included with the curriculum, or is that like a separate digital subscription?
Yes, there's a digital platform that is integrated into the curricular resource.
Okay, so that's included in the cost.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm very excited about this because one of the great things I think when we first got on the board was that we were standardizing our literacy and math curriculum, and that we were providing the resources. And I know that's something I hear from the schools universally, that they really appreciate that. Excuse me. However, this morning I visited a middle school, and just by coincidence, the principal happened to tell me that they were purchasing a new science curriculum, and he had made a decision of where to put some money, and that's where he was putting it. And I said, oh, well, we're voting tonight on, science resource. And he didn't know about it. He's not one of the schools I saw that none of his teachers were on the committee that reviewed it. And I appreciate that you did go and talk to science teachers about what they wanted. But is it possible that there are schools out there who aren't aware that this is coming and they're purchasing their own resources right now?
There have been schools the past few years who have decided to purchase. Jefferson High School has already purchased some of the experience chemistry, not all the materials, but some of the curriculum guides. And we know that we have schools that have purchased Open SciEd materials. Yes, yep. And so that's why, we are working with schools to say, this is an immediate thing. And if schools are committed to Open SciEd, because we know that several schools are and have invested, it still is an approved resource that they could continue to use.
Yeah, I just he sounded surprised, and I just want to make sure that we tell all the schools, even the ones that are not on cohort 1, in case they want to hold off on buying their own supplies.
Yeah, I am surprised to hear that, quite honestly. We've been communicating fairly well, I thought, the system, but it sounds like we might need to even do more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very exciting. Okay. Our next agenda item is for the board to receive and discuss recommendation a recommendation on assigning the new Trailstone development in Northwest Arvada to the Meiklejohn Elementary School, Wayne Carl Middle School, and Ralston Valley High School boundaries. As a reminder to the board and the listening public, in accordance with District Policy JC, school attendance area, district staff are bringing forward a recommendation to assign the Trailstone development to school boundary areas based on projected student enrollment from the development capacities of nearby schools, equalization of enrollments in classrooms, and efficient use of transportation and facilities. Before I turn this over to Ms. Copeland, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Parker. I am looking forward to the board studying this important topic of assigning a boundary to the Trailstone development in Northwest Arvada. It's a development that, as you'll see in the presentation this evening, currently does not have students who reside in the area, and making sure that we take the opportunity to assign a boundary before students move in, I think is an important aspect of what we can do to support managing our enrollment before we have families that are living in an area that would be impacted. I would also just say that this is the first of what I think are going to be a couple of short-term decisions that the board can make to support boundary assignments and enrollment patterns and trends. And then over time, as we move into our strategic capital and enrollment plan in the future, as we build that out, there will also be opportunities for us to identify options on midterm and long-term decisions that we can consider. And so tonight is a short-term opportunity for you to study a boundary assignment for Trailstone. Ms. Copeland, take it away.
Great. Good evening, board members. Good to see you again. And also want to quickly ask the rest of the team to introduce themselves.
Hello, Shawneen Rosario, Executive Director of Finance Planning and Analysis. Thank you. And Claire Takar, Director of Strategic Initiatives.
Great, thank you. It is very much a team effort behind tonight's presentation, so especially huge shout out to Claire and Ty, who have done a huge amount of work to get us to where we are tonight, so thank you for that. Our purpose is to recommend assigning the new Trailstone housing development to the following boundaries: Meiklejohn, Wayne Carl, Ralston Valley High School. We're going to walk through the current state, map the boundaries, the forecasted future state, and our recommended next steps. Just a quick note about planning and enrollment analysis. So back in December, this team responsible for enrollment forecasts and for maintaining our geographic information systems moved over to financial services. So that's a relatively new development. Shawneen and I are working on kind of developing a little bit of a charter for the team as we evolve its purpose and structure. And the name is pending. We're accepting any recommendations. We might have a raffle. I'm teasing, we won't. But the focus will continue to be on enrollment analysis and projections in service of the entire organization. So that impacts a lot of different planning pieces. For example, school principals are always really keen to know what their budgeted enrollment or forecasted enrollment will be. And, we recently moved budgeting over to a forecasted enrollment number, right? Other folks, for example, who are trying to buy curricular materials are also interested to know how many kids do we have in the district. So there's lots of different stakeholders for the type of analysis that comes out. And we're very excited to really map out what is a series of deliverables from this team that informs decision-making at the sort of tactical level within the district, but also at the board level. And how do we help you get the information you need on the timeline you need it, so that you can make lots of different types of decisions, including tonight's boundary decision. So more to come on that front as we continue to define it, and we'll be getting input from folks in cabinet and obviously from the superintendent. And we'll be interested to hear from you all about your needs in terms of analysis in the future. So some of the principles who are guiding our discussion tonight, principles with an LE, not AL, first and foremost, make only the most critical moves. And I underline the last little bit there, affecting the fewest students. So I give us a check plus on that front because we are affecting 0 current students with tonight's recommendation. Minimize disruption. So if we do adjust a boundary that has students in it currently attending schools, strongly consider grandfathering in so that we aren't actually moving a student out of the school. We would not want to do that. But again, tonight, that one doesn't apply as much. Support strategic choice management. And the idea being, let's look for ways to potentially manage choice enrollment over time at the small proportion of Jeffco schools that are nearing capacity. Definitely want to give families access to the schools they want to attend and fulfill our promise to students living in a boundary that we will have space to serve them. Consider all options. So we do want to evaluate more than one way to achieve our goals. Think ahead. I like this one. I'm like, oh, think ahead. How am I going to think ahead? But Superintendent Dorland previewed this well in terms of over time, we would like to marry the insights from this type of analysis with our long-term strategic capital plan so that we can make decisions that really support our community now and in the future. And at some point, I think I'm going to add one more to the list that really has to do with maximizing financial resources for programming. So I think, given that I'm the CFO, so it's a little bit of dollars and cents here. So I do think, if we can work with boundaries in a way that preserves the maximum dollars for teachers and curriculum and other things, and we're not spending dollars on portables or other types of investment, right? That's kind of a goal for me. So that might end up on here down the road. Our current state, quick snapshot. There are no current students living in the Trailstone development. On a map, its geographic location overlaps with Three Creeks. I'm about to show you that visually. The actual street address comes up as unassigned for streets in Trailstone in the School Finder tool. And the development is projected to bring in 500 to 600 additional pre-K to 12 students. This is good, right? We like more students in the district. And it's over 10 years, so that's really pretty spread out, as you can imagine. So not a huge impact. So this is a kind of high level, and then I'm going to zoom in just a second. Yellow blob is the currently vacant area where the new Trailstone homes and development will be going in. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in right now because that makes it easier to see. Purple is current Meiklejohn. Yellow, orangey yellow, is current Three Creeks. And then up above, there's a little bit of green, which is just showing you where the Lucas boundary is at the elementary level. And there's two, just also to orient, there's a green square and a green diamond. Those are the two actual schools, Meiklejohn and Three Creeks. You can see those. When it comes to middle school, this map shows the middle school boundaries that are on, effectively both sides of this neighborhood. It is adjacent to and connected to, if you will, the Wayne Carl boundary, and it's also adjacent to the Three Creeks boundary from a middle school perspective. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shanine to talk about future state.
Thank you. So with this map and with this recommendation, we wanted to show you what the new boundary would look like for this area. So what you see on the screen is the new proposed assignment boundary area for Meiklejohn in the purple, which would then include the hashtag hash marked area, which is Trailstone. And then the orange is the Three Creeks Elementary or K through 8 elementary boundary, which is going to include Coal Creek Canyon as that school is closing at the end of this year. So that one is expanding, and that's a decision that was made previously. Next. Here are the proposed boundaries for the middle school assignments. Brenna already alluded to this. The green area is for Wayne Carl Middle School, and then the orange is the remaining part of Three Creeks K-8 for the middle school boundary within this area. And we will assign the trail stone to the Wayne Carl 6 through 8, which aligns with the current practice for the kids that are in the Meiklejohn area. High school boundaries are unchanged. This area is within the Ralston Valley High School boundary already, and so these students would return back to go to Ralston Valley High School for the remainder of their time at Jeffco. And then going through this is where we have done some projections within the schools that are affected around the students that are going to move into this area. Again, Brenna mentioned that it's 500 to 600 students over the next 10 years. We usually see a ramp up of those students coming into the district. They don't all enter in 1 year, just as the houses are not going to be all built and opened in 1 year. So we will see the ramp up of them coming in to Meiklejohn, which is what you can see on the screen up above. And Wayne Carl, the transition into the Wayne Carl Middle School is a little bit later as those kids grow up and come through elementary into middle school. We're projecting Three Creeks, which is already sitting right around 100% utilization, to remain around 100% utilization. And we're working with the principal on strategies to maintain that or decrease it slightly for those students. And then Ralston Valley currently is sitting at around 85%, high 80% utilization. And then at the bottom of the screen, you can see the choice in and choice out rates for those schools. So short-term considerations, this boundary assignment will continue the current practice of having Meiklejohn students matriculate over to Wayne Carl for middle school experience and then back to Ralston Valley High School. We have that across multiple high school or middle schools in the district. Everett, Drake, Oberon, and Wayne Carl are all middle schools where students go over to the middle school and then return home for a different high school. So those middle school students go to 2 different high schools after middle school. Timeline of the events that have happened, just a review to let you know. The beginning of April, we met with the principals at Three Creeks, Meiklejohn, and Wayne Carl to go through this plan and explain details and answer any questions that they had. Then we are here now for the board study session, and then we will make a recommendation in next week's Board of Education meeting, and then after that we will work with those that be so that in school finders, as those parents enter in those addresses, they will then know that they're assigned to Meiklejohn and Wayne Carl and Ralston Valley schools, all associated. And that is it. Questions?
Board members, questions? Wow. Well, thank you very much. I personally think this is very straightforward, and I'm glad that we can catch it before people actually move in and we realize, oops. So thank you for that. I think we're done.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, for the next to last item on our agenda this evening, the board will receive a preview of the May 9th consent agenda. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, Superintendent Dorland will be providing a preview of items for board action anticipated to appear as individual action items or on the consent agenda at our regular meeting next week. I will now hand it over to Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Parker. You can pull up the list of the consent agenda items that will be in front of the board next week. There are still some moving pieces and parts that we will be figuring out by Friday when we post materials. And so I might mention those as I go through. The first 3 items are the monitoring reports that you studied with Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena this evening. And so if you have feedback about those or questions as you spend more time with them prior to approving those monitoring reports, please let me know. I'm happy to get you some answers if you have them. I also, you'll have the approval of 2 things related to the science presentation that you studied this evening. The first is the curriculum itself. So the board's role in adopting curriculum is one of the most important roles that the board plays for our school district. And so this is a core resource. You'll be approving this as a core resource, and you will also be approving the contract with Imagine Learning for TWIG and the Experience Chemistry, Physics, and Biology, and that cost is approximately $500,000. Yep, we have a question here, so. Sorry.
Ask a quick question. Is that for all 3 years or is that for 1 year, the cost of the curriculum? We lost Renee.
I don't know. Renee went, but we will ask that. We will get that information to you. Usually we give you guys like a cover page on the contract approvals, so we'll make sure that that question is answered. And if you have other questions as you review that contract once it's loaded, please let me know and we'll get you guys some answers.
Just to follow up, and just Renee already said that we're not voting on an increase to the budget. This is in their budget. We're just, because it's that amount.
Correct. Yeah, she has I don't know how much it is. Do you know how much? $4 million. She has $4 million annually that she centrally spends on curriculum. This is what's identified as part of that investment next year. So thank you very much. The Trailblazer. Trailblazer is the stadium that's next to Jeffco Stadium, and we need to replace that turf. So our turf fields go through regularly scheduled checks, pressure tests, and unfortunately Trailblazer has not been able to be used this spring because it has failed its pressure test. And it's a very important test that we take seriously for the safety of our athletes and any and all who use our fields. So that needs to be replaced, and you can see that the amount is there. It will be coming out of the capital transfer cap reserve fund. We also have a furniture replacement at Evergreen High School, which was previously planned and scheduled in the 2018 capital improvement plan. Did I skip one? ADA. Oh my gosh. So Jeffco Stadium needs some ADA improvements. This is a tricky one just because ADA improvements can be tricky, especially on facilities that were built prior to a certain date, like Jeffco Stadium. And so we spoke with Tim about this earlier this week, and I think the bids came in today. They're working through them, so I don't have an estimated cost on this, but we will make sure that you guys get one of those cover sheets as part of your board packet on Friday. As you review that and look through the information on the ADA improvements at Jeffco Stadium, you can feel free to ask me questions. I can get Tim and Jeff to give us some answers if you have them. But it will be something that's coming out of the capital transfer, the cap reserve. And you can see through these consent agenda items on the capital things that there's some CIP, capital improvement plans, and then there's some others that are just coming out of cap reserve, which is the annual transfer and or the fund balance that's left in the cap reserve after the CIP funds are spent. And so we're going to talk more about that at your budget meeting next week. But I just wanted to note that we are sort of now starting to delineate which one of these items is part of the CIP, because that's close to done, but not quite done. And which one of some of these things are starting to just be regular and ongoing maintenance items, like the turf field at Trailblazer and the ADA improvements at Jeffco Stadium. So we'll talk more about that next week, but just know that those contracts are going to be in there, and we'll get you the cover pages. We have a natural gas contract and custodial supplies. So these are all things that you typically see in the springtime as the school year's winding down and we continue to get ready for our next school year. We have a custodial account that's paying for at least the custodial supplies, and then the natural gas, I think, just comes out of our utilities account in the general fund. I don't know much about this Wayland conveyance resolution. And Jeff is not here right now, but there's a piece, it looks like there's a parcel of land adjacent to Columbine High School, and we are trying to acquire it for the purposes of installing a bus pullout along Pierce Street. Those of you who've been over to Columbine High School know that it can be really challenging to get in and out of Columbine High School's parking lot. And so I believe this is an interest we have in acquiring some land so that we can make it a little bit of a wider in and out for our buses. But we'll get you some more information, and I'm sure there'll be much more detail in your packet. The MAP, our annual investment in our MAP assessment with NWEAA will be there. Infinite Campus, again, these are our regularly occurring annual investments in systems and assessments and curriculum. Jefferson Academy and Two Roads charter contracts. You authorized by the board in January 2024, but it's next week that they're voting on. Oh, you authorized, you approved their renewals in January. But we have been doing a lot of work on our charter contracts. Thank you to Ms. Tollison and her team and Ms. Adiko and others. And so this is the actual contract that you'll be approving. Is there anything you'd like to clarify, Ms. Tollison, on that? Great. Awesome. Zero dropouts is a opportunity for our students to earn credit and catch up who are under credit. And so that's another contract for you. It'll take us into next year. We will have a large contract for you to approve on our casualty and property insurance policies. And there's some information here, but Brenna will include some information and detail for you in your packet as well. But this is in case we have a major loss of a roof or a fire or whatever may come our way next year. And then we have non-renewals of probationary teachers. You received a message about that today from Ms. Tollison. HR has been working hard on this process. I appreciate all the work that they have put into this, as well as our principals who support our teachers. And that will be in your packet as well on Friday. And again, if you did not see the email from Ms. Tollison on this topic earlier today, I just encourage you to go back and read that message from her. It gives you some more context. And again, I know this is like a long list. It's going to be a large consent agenda. So if you have questions tonight, I'm happy to at least note them, try to answer them. If I can't answer them, I'll at least take them down and we'll get you answers. Or if you're looking at these things over the course of the weekend, once we upload your board packet on Friday, just shoot me an email or text or call me and we will get you the answers and the rest of the board, the information that you're seeking.
I was just wondering if going forward, it would be helpful if, especially on the contracts, the capital contracts, if there was just like a little note next to it that said it's new proposal or this was already planned. Like you said, Evergreen, that was already part of the CIP. That's super helpful. And it's just that I don't know if, what the thing I get most confused on is that with these is that I don't know if we're considering a new investment or one that was already planned and already budgeted. And it seemed that sometimes it's one or the other. And I know you said you'd talk about it in the budget presentation next week, because I was just thinking about like the last capital budget presentation that we got, and then trying to put this in context. So I'm thinking, oh, is this stuff included in everything that we already learned about, or now is this additional? We have to kind of think about that. So I think that kind of clarification would just help.
Yeah, I'm going to start and then I'm going to hand it over to Brenna. Generally speaking, if it says, you'll note like under the Evergreen High School furniture replacement, it says funding source 2018 CIP funded. Generally speaking, that means it was already contemplated by the 2018 ballot initiative and scheduled. That doesn't mean that it's coming in on budget. And that's what some of the information that Jeff and Tim put into the memo on these items includes. If it is outside of that and in the capital transfer, the cap reserve, then it generally is something new that's becoming our list of sort of like ongoing maintenance. We're in, I'm going to say one more thing, Brennan, then I'll let you jump in or clarify or add anything. We're in sort of an in-between phase right now where we're still finishing up the CIP. And there are other things going on. You know, we have like some wind and hail damage, for example, from the big windstorm that we're also continuing to invest in, which always happens out of the cap reserve, and always has happened even during the CIP when it was in its full-fledged, like, you know, major years. I would say, though, that what we're working towards on Friday is sort of helping to make a more clear delineation between what is ongoing CIP as we close that project out and what do we expect to budget for next year's facilities needs and facilities investments. In addition to that, it's complicated by the fact that facilities investments aren't normally like sort of tied up with a nice little bow inside of a fiscal year. They tend to go from one year to the next because we do much of that work in the summer. And so that's going to be some information that I think Brenna's presentation next Friday in your study session around budget, I think it's going to be helpful to sort of create some more delineation around that. In the meantime, though, on this list, if it says CIP, it was previously contemplated. If it doesn't, then it's out of the cap reserve account. And Brenna, please jump in if I need to clarify or add.
The one other source you can look at if you're trying to figure out what did we plan for is at the back of the CAC report, there are what are called the mini program budgets. So there's a 23M, there's a 24M, and actually the contracts you're looking at tonight are already listed in those M programs. So that's your best like verification. Oh, okay, I see where it is in the capital budget, whichever one it is. Absolutely, the superintendent's correct. There's a CIP budget, then there are also other budgets. So that's another source. And Shawneen and I will try to work to make sure that you all are aware of the different types of capital budgets that are going to be overlaying on top of one another. And to the superintendent's point, the fact that a project budget will probably span 2 to 3 budgets. You guys annually approve a budget. And so technically, because that's by statute, you don't actually approve the out year per se, but it's good to know that we're encumbered for it, right? So this is where it gets to be a juggling act of, well, what's the total number versus the annual number? And we will try and make that as clear as possible. So we'll keep brainstorming ways to better communicate. The reality is all these contracts are now accounted for in one of the budgets.
And it sounds like these are part of the 24M projects. Why don't we, when we load board materials next week, we'll upload the latest CAC report so you can see the CAC report outlines the CIP projects, and then it outlines what was contemplated and planned for in this fiscal year. And thank you, Brenna, for clarifying that these were all planned for.
They've all been incorporated into
that budget.
Yes, even if it's there's always an unplanned set aside.
I appreciate the link to those, and I also know I would never have the time to go look it all up.
I didn't mean to
because
suggest
I'm even wondering, like the question I had about the curriculum, it would have been just a great note, or in the memo if it just said already in a budget. Even when I look down and I'm like, oh, a huge insurance thing, and I'm assuming we already budgeted for that, but it just would be helpful because sometimes I think we don't know that it's a new cost, and then we're voting yes or no. So I swear, even if it was just like new or budgeted or whatever the right term would be next to it would be so nice. But thank you for all the explanation.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Then we are ready to go on to the last item on our agenda. And this item is for the board to preview a draft of its 2024-2025 board meeting calendar. You've all provided feedback that went into the development of this draft calendar. There were 3 major preferences that were expressed, considered to create this calendar. Desired study session start time after 4 p.m., maximum length of a meeting 4 hours, or latest end time 9 a.m. Well, we'll hit the 9 a.m., but not the 4 hours tonight. A majority of board members prefer one-day retreats and like the idea of splitting the retreat over a weekday and a weekend day. If you are split on a retreat held at we were split on a retreat held at the Winter CASB conference. On the proposed draft calendar for the 24-25 school year, you'll notice that study sessions begin at 4:30. The board has 2 one-day weekday retreats in August and February. And the board typically schedules 2 additional meetings each year for superintendent evaluation in October and superintendent mid-year check-in in May. And as a note, 3 hours will be held on our calendar for this topic and a study session topic if necessary. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. 2 additional Friday midday meetings for the purpose of presenting monitoring reports are scheduled for January and March, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., to ensure that, given the later study session start time, we have adequate time allocated to present monitoring reports content. The monitoring report schedule will be adjusted accordingly. So tonight's an opportunity for us to review this draft and discuss any changes we'd like to see prior to voting to approve a calendar at our May or June regular meeting. And we can open it up for discussion. I will say that I did meet with Ms. Relu over this, and the information we got, the feedback was from the board self-evaluation and the recommendations there. And I think there was a lot of interest in starting the study sessions later, because I know a lot of you have kids and you have pickups and drop-offs and all that stuff. So, anyway, so that was one of the things we wanted to address. And then I actually thought possibly we could move the monitoring reports out of the study sessions. And that's when we came up with the idea possibly of having it over lunchtime on Fridays. And then that would free up the study sessions for things that are timely or whatever. I don't know what the right word is for that part. So anyway, and we had a lot of discussion around when to have the meetings. Personally, I was surprised to hear we didn't have regular board meetings in August, because we have had in the last 2 years, because we've had so many things to do the last 2 years. So anyway, anyone have a comment right now, conflict or a suggestion?
Thank you for doing this. And it's so funny when I saw this, I'm like, what am I looking at? Because this is how we see our kids. So actually, once I adjusted to it, I thought it was really helpful to see it in that context. So, and I just thank you for moving the meeting later. It's, I told Mary, it's like good for our families and good for just us being able to show up like without rushing all the time. I just really appreciate that. I had a quick question. Sorry, I don't know who to look at. Just because I just am understanding the monitoring report thing, I also do think that it might be one that some people like to watch. Will we live stream that one, even though it's not?
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Regular meeting.
Hello. Okay. All the meetings will be live streamed except executive sessions and retreats. Will also we usually do them in a different location in the building. So they'll be open to the public, but not live streamed. But yes, and to be clear, I think that we will do some monitoring reports in regular study sessions. But as we know, I promised, I think I talked to Mary a little bit earlier, I will go back and see how long you all spent on certain monitoring reports this year. So we can see that, especially the meaty ones where you want more time with the cabinet members on the topic, we'll reserve those for things like those Friday meetings, so you have that time and don't feel rushed to get to, the other people who are here waiting for you. And then there's things like the DAC wants to meet with you, or TDPAC, or your board committees, and so we can have the flexibility of scheduling those either during study session, regular session, or on one of these times. So it just gives us a little bit more flexibility. I also want to say that I think for those of you who've been on the board now for 2 years, this is a drastically reduced calendar. The amount of time that you all have invested in this district over the past 2 years, the number of public hearings that you did around school closures. Mary was saying, could we calculate that and add that up, the amount of time? So I know I'm hopeful this you feel a little relieved looking at this schedule, that you won't have as many meetings as you've had in the past couple of years, but we're using the time wisely.
Follow up, sorry. On the dates that are the like we have one next week where we have the board meeting and then we have a whole bunch of meetings on Friday. This is not a super strong preference, but that feels really hard for me to be like at 6 hours at one meeting and then like 4 hours the next day also during the day. It's just, I don't know, it's just hard work-wise for me to spend. I know the board meeting is not during work hours. It's just, but I'm not saying we should change it. I was just, I just noticed it, so I was going to mention that. But I did have a question. So, for example, next Friday, what is that Friday for? Special sessions, executive sessions? Because suddenly we had 4 or 5 meetings, and I'm always like, where did these come from? What are all of these? And should we continue to expect that kind of day to be either one meeting or maybe 4?
Yeah, I think that one in May is especially packed. Last year, I think we maybe did budget as well. We added something else on. So it's the superintendent mid-year check-in, and then we added a session. And this one's pretty meaty, given it's your last big presentation before you vote on the budget in June. And then you have the committee meet and greet thing at the end. Yes. So we're actually not going to be doing the exec session. I don't think we're working on the schedule now because we think we'll be able to do all we need to do in exec session on your Thursday meeting. So we're planning to tighten things up just a little bit, but calculating that you're going to need about an hour and a half on the budget presentation, which will be live streamed in here. So that's what's happening. And so next year I can anticipate. We'll have to look at the calendar. Part of the reason we have to do the budget one on that day is because May meetings were so early this year that we weren't quite ready. Next year, I think May is actually we're all looking at this calendar. Is it's 1 week later maybe? Okay, so we may have a little bit more flexibility, and we will. Our promise to you is as we go along, we will tighten things up. It may be by the time we get to the spring, we don't actually need all the time. And so we'll just tighten things up as we go.
I had one question. So I know we were split on the retreat at CASB. So does this calendar include, because I see only retreats listed as August and February, does this not include a retreat for CASB?
That's correct.
Okay.
So there will be no retreat at CASB. I think that if you think about the material that we had last year was mostly orientation. And so we should consider, though, when 2025 comes around and we have a newly elected board, whether that is the right time to do some orientation work with new board members.
Okay. Well, on that note, we will stick with that calendar and vote on it next week, I guess, knowing that there could always be changes, modifications, additions. All right. Let's see. So that does bring us to the end, and I don't have the last page, so we don't end. No, there's no end. We have to stay here. Here, I found it. Okay, yes, so it brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next regularly scheduled meeting of the board is scheduled at 5:00 p.m. on May 9th at the Ed Center. Good night.